All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I think a handful of us are still finding our seats, but we wanted to go ahead and get started in honoring the time and intention of everybody in the room. My name is Ife Tayo Walker. I am the Director of Graduate Student Services and Alumni Engagement for the Loki School of Business and Public Policy. That's right. That's right. That's right. I also hold an appointment, a special appointment in the Dean's Office as Director of Community and Belonging. And so it is with that hat that I am honored to be here in this room with all of these amazing folks. And now I will let Zamora.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm Zamora, and let's see, I am an academic events and cultural programming specialist. I work in the Dean's office here at Mills College, and I'm very happy to have been a part of the wonderful team. We're calling it bi-coastal, I think. Folks from Boston, folks from our Oakland campus, and I'm glad to be here. So without further ado, yes, I am Zamora, and that was one hat, or several, I think. And I'll introduce myself in another way, yeah? I'm Zamora, and my people are from the South, Southern California, that is. We are from Chihuahua and Sonora and the LA Basin area. And so as a Yaqui person and a Tongva person, I am kind of a cousin, I suppose you would say, to the Ohlone people of this land, the land that we're on right now. Even though I'm a cousin, a distant relative, I know I'm a guest here too. And so as a guest, I've come to learn a few things, because I think that's our job as guests, to learn about the land that you're on. I've come to learn that our campus is on the ancestral lands of the Lijan Ohlone, and that is in the land here is Huchung, welcome. And while the history of these lands is a history of colonization, genocide, patriarchy, that is, it's a part of the history of California, right? I've been blessed to learn about the work of the Lijan and their tribal representatives, including those who are running and a part of Segorte Land Trust. And they cultivate rematriation, yeah, as a healing way and as a part of the transformative work that our ancestors and future generations are calling us to do. Personally, me, I've been raised as an educator, a cultural activist, and a culture bearer by amazing Indigenous and women of color activists, writers, artists, theorists, including bell hooks, and maybe a couple of people in this room. Right. And I've been raised by them, and that's how I like to say it. I've been raised. Through their work, I understand the importance of how we walk in the world and how we do what we do, and even the questions that we ask, how we ask it. And so I'm glad that in the journey of this red road, I've learned that the ways of Native, Black, and women of color feminist writers link their ideas to spirit, and yes, to the calling of ancestors. And so for me, beyond a land acknowledgement this morning, I think it's important to make sure that we honor the Indigenous ancestors who have tended to this land, and those specifically of the Lijan Ohlone who remain deeply connected to it. Also, as a campus community of educators, we need to recommit to learning how to be better stewards of the land that we inhabit. I think that means that each of us has to hold ourselves to a vision of community where our teaching and our scholarship center and uplift the histories of Indigenous people. We stand in awe of the fierce dedication of the Ohlone people and their connection to the land and to their presence on this land, actually, in past, present, and future. We need to seek ways to support that connection and develop our own relationship to these lands, wherever we are. Easier said than done, for me anyway. But maybe some of us are literally not necessarily going to become farmers all of a sudden. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I can barely get this little plant on my apartment patio to grow. But I am doing my best to learn about my plant ancestors, and I know it's important. And I try to spend some time in nature, take care of myself in that way. These are lands of here in California. My family is from them. I need to sit with them and be a part of them. And truly, I tell myself, and I really do believe, that if we are on a good road with good people and doing good work in our cultural endeavors, our scholarship, and our writing, if we are asking the right questions, fighting against oppressive systems of control, then we will be fighting for our ancestors, right? And we will be in alignment with 7 generations back and 7 generations forward. And we will be in alignment with the land itself and in ways that we can share the struggles of Native communities and uplift each other in our shared struggles for liberation and freedom. Aho mitakuye oyasin, all our relations. Thank you.
Good morning again. Yes, let's let everyone who's just getting in the room
Welcome.
come and get settled.
Sure thing.
Okay. So again, my name is Ife Tayo Walker. Some of my positionality, first of all, my name means Ife Tayo, love excels all. So that is the lens through which I approach everything that I do and why I'm here right now and how inspired and honored I am to be here to call on our ancestors in this space that is full of so much beautiful intention, and knowing that by calling our ancestors to be a part of this experience, that we are infusing them with our intention and vice versa, so that when we leave this room, maybe somebody will have been inspired to do something they didn't know they were going to do before. Or they may have the confidence to do something that they didn't know they had the confidence to do before, because our ancestors are here with us and they are going to have our back. And so with that, again, I am really honored to pour libation, which is a tradition that many, many cultures follow and practice in different ways. In my personal African tradition, we use water as a life force conductor and as a part of the life of this planet, and we pour it into earth, land. If Zamora wasn't here graciously holding my plant, I'd be pouring it on the floor, and then people would be running behind me to clean it up. Or we would be outside pouring it into the land itself. But this is a way that we can honor and make space for our ancestors in this room and in this discourse. And again, this is not just a performative thing that we do just to ceremonially open this event, but actually it is my hope that we will keep the names of those peoples whose names we call in our hearts and in our head while we're going through this experience together, and then we will take that with us. Much like what we do with the drum, I think, right?
That's right.
Infusing our prayers. So, we use water, like I said, as is a conductor of life force, a conductor of energy, and pour it into this soil, which represents the land. And so we know, or we are learning, that Bell Hooks was one of 6 children who were born to Rosabelle Watkins and Beotis Watkins. And so those are the first ancestors I'm going to call to ask them to join us with. And we say Ashe, which means so be it, or let it have power. Some of us may think of it as amen, whichever feels right to you. Ashe. This is call and response, y'all. This is in the African tradition, so y'all don't have to be quiet. Whatever comes to you, let it out. And then we also honor the life and legacy and the power of Sister Bell Hooks, and we ask her to be in here with us right now. We say Ashe. Thankfully, this land, this space, Mills College, all the discourse has been infused with the land and the energy and the love of so many folks that have come before us, some of whose names we know and some of whom the names we may never know or don't remember, family members, great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents, what have you. And so I usually like to call on the names of those whose names we all may know and resonate with, asking for their spirit to join us. And so I will actually start by calling on Brother Martin Luther King and Sister Coretta Scott King, who were actually on this campus decades ago. And we say, Ashe. Forgive me, I have a script, but I'm not following it. We also call on Sister Shirley Chisholm. I think it's very timely to remember her and all that she gave to us. And we say Ashe. Ashe. She also has a powerful memory associated with this campus. She was an inspirational force for Sister Barbara Lee, who ran for Congress, and I think does a lot of what she does in the name of what Shirley Chisholm taught her. We call on Margaret Higgins Sanger, March Fong Yu, Maya Angelou. Let me say Ashe. Ashe. We call on Beatrice Medicine. Imagine what that name, whatever that name means to you, that's what she was supposed to be. Cesar Chavez, Julia Morgan, and Rosa Parks. We say Ashe. Ashe. We call on Sylvia Ray Rivera, Professor Mario Cavalieri, Sister Catherine Dunham, and we say Ashe. Ashe. We call on Octavia Butler, Brother John Wright. We call on Brother Alvin Ailey, and we say Ashe. Ashe. And in so doing, we are infusing their memories, as we call their names, with the memory, whatever that meaning is to us. But I also want to invite you to invite the spirits of those who are close to you that maybe are sources of inspiration for you into this room. And so I will ask you just to call out names, and I will say Ashe as I hear them. And this is just a communal experience for us all to share. I will start, and please come on in and have a seat. This is an experience. I will start by inviting my parents, whom I believe would be very proud of me standing here in this moment, Beverly Pierce and Lawrence Pierce. And we say Ashe. Ashe. Anybody you want to call? Ashe. 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 All right. I am awed and so grateful that you were able to share with us this experience. And for those of you that called the names of folks that you would like to experience this with, I am grateful and I give thanks that you did that. For those of you who held names of folks that are close to you or who hold meaning for you in your hearts without calling them out personally, that's fine. They are still here. Our ancestors are watching. I am clear of that, and I believe and know that they are pleased. And with that, as we go through the rest of this day, continue to keep them in your hearts. Continue to remember what they stood for and what they did for us, and hopefully they will be uplifted by this experience with us as well. And we say, Ashe. 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 Thank you. Yes. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Zamora and Ife, for a beautiful way to start the day. My name is Dr. Ashley Adams, and I am the director of the Black Reparations Project here at Mills College at Northeastern University. I am also an associate adjunct professor of public policy and a founding co-chair of the Black Faculty and Staff Association at Mills. It is my privilege and honor to stand before you today as we convene for this momentous event. We gather here to honor the legacy of Bell Hooks and to experience the transformative insights of teaching to transgress. This book not only challenges us to reconsider the norms of educational practice, but also encourages us to envision education as a pathway to freedom, a theme that resonates deeply with the legacy of our Oakland campus. Today, we are thrilled to welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Angela Davis and Dr. Gina Dent, as well as extend a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists and facilitators. We are also pleased to host our colleagues and students from the Northeastern Boston campus and would like to express our deep gratitude to Dr. Regine Jean-Charles and the Africana Studies program and our Oakland campus colleagues in organizing today's symposium. To those of you who are joining us here this morning in person, as well as those of you who are joining us virtually, welcome. Today's symposium is structured to engage, challenge, and inspire. In Teaching to Transgress, Bell Hooks wrote, quote, "Confronting one another across differences means that we must change ideas about how we learn. Rather than fearing conflict, we have to find ways to use it as a catalyst for new thinking and for growth." Bell Hooks invites us to recognize the classroom as a space brimming with potential. She calls for a commitment to openness, not just in our minds, but in our hearts as well, allowing us to truly engage with the realities we face. It is a call to use our collective energy and vision to push past boundaries, embodying the principles of Black feminism. This pursuit of crossing barriers and reimagining boundaries is what truly defines education as a means of practicing freedom. Thank you all for being here today. In the spirit of education as the practice of freedom, I warmly welcome you to an experience that promises not just to enlighten, but to empower, to envision a quest for freedom. And we invite you to align with us in our foundational principles: cultivating joy, making healing a priority, and leveraging the transformative power of love. As we move through today's sessions and in honor of the legacy of Bell Hooks, I encourage you to embrace this sacred opportunity to learn, to grow, and to heal, using our collective differences as a foundation for generating new understandings towards educational freedom. Thank you and welcome. It is now my pleasure to welcome Dr. Regine, who is here, who is the Dean's Professor of Culture and Social Justice and the Director of Africana Studies and Professor of Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies, to the stage. And she will introduce our speakers for the day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you. Thank you all so much for being here. It's such a joy to be here. Welcome to our friends that are online and our friends that are here with us. I have so much that I want to say, but I'm going to keep it short. So thank you to my colleagues and siblings on the Oakland campus who have just been unrelenting in your efforts to make this event a success. We're so grateful for you. I am not shy about saying that one of the things that most excites me about this campus are all of the amazing Black women that are here. And so thank you. I know that you all have been laboring in the trenches here for many years before some of us even knew what Mills College was. So we are indebted to you. This event is funded primarily by the College of Social Sciences and Humanities. I'm so grateful that our new dean, Kelly Tsai, is right there in the 1, 2, 3, third row. thank you so much for your support, and you'll have a chance during lunch to get to know Dean Sy more. I want to thank all of our co-sponsors. I'm not going to list them now. I'll wait until the end of the day. They're all there, listed on the screen, listed in your program, but I'm grateful to all of them. Every single one played a really important role. I'll say more about them at the end of the day. I want to say that this is the 4th Bell Hooks Symposium that we gathered for the first time in February 2022, which was only 2 months after Bell Hooks had gone on to join the Ancestors. Thank you, Ife, for helping us to bring her into this space. Our first theme was Talking Back, the Genius of Bell Hooks. Then in 2023, we expanded to Black Feminism, Black Freedom, an auspicious theme. And then most recently, our 3rd symposium, which was last month in Boston, was Black Feminist World Making. And so today, the Black Feminist Classroom, Education as a Practice of Freedom, is a theme that I think really does speak for itself. But because I got some great feedback last month when I was in Boston, and we had a group of high schoolers that came, and they kept telling me, like, we kept looking things up because we didn't know, like, what exactly is Black feminism? So I want to share one of my favorite quotes by one of my favorite people that I always use to explain what Black feminism is. And this is a quote by Dr. Farah Jasmine Griffin. Black feminism has never only been about Black women. It's never been this. It's been about a more just world and a planet that said, if you listen to the insights of the least of these, then we can do something transformative. I love this quote. Black feminism has never only been about Black women. Black feminism is about a more just world. Black feminism is about a planet that said, if you listen to the insights of the least of these, we can do something transformative. The idea of the Black Feminist Classroom, Education as a Practice of Freedom, takes seriously every component of this vision. What is the Black Feminist Classroom? It is a radically inclusive space where we are concerned with intersectional justice. It is a world-making space where we can imagine together the kind of world that we want to work towards. It is a place where we are all free to speak about and advocate for the causes that matter to us most. Whether that is an IET, where we would like to have an IET without US occupation or without US interference, whether it is a free Palestine, whether it is justice for rape survivors all over the world, from Tigray to Teaneck, New Jersey, whether it is ensuring that non-binary and transgender youth who have died by suicide, like Next Benedict, know that their lives matter, or whether it is a world without prisons. The Black Feminist Classroom is a space where we can come together to imagine and to act and to build to do something transformative. I'm going to ask my colleague, Carrie Maltzby-Lutz, to come up. And before this, I'll just say quickly, I really want to thank she's going to introduce our keynote speakers, but I do want to say that my original vision, thank you so much to Dr. Davis and Dr. Dent, you know I adore you, and originally we wanted to do this on January 26th, which we could not do because it was Dr. Angela Davis's 80th birthday. So happy birthday. I would take the whole year to celebrate my birthday when I turn 80, but I am grateful that you are also doing things like this during your monumental year. Thank you.
Greetings, friends, colleagues, and powerful humans throughout the world. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Carrie Maltzby-Lutz, and I head up partnerships at the Oakland campus here for Northeastern University. And I love, happy birthday, Dr. Davis. On the way here, my niece who's in the audience, raise your hand, Zelda, I'm gonna put you on the spot. She's 18 years old, she's visiting from Orlando, Florida, and I asked her, what do you know about Angela Davis? She said that she's, dynamic, she was part of the Black Panther Party, that she just turned 80, and that she looks amazing for her age. So I just, anyhow, I wanted to share those remarkable words. So raise your hand if you have been impacted by the words in a positive way, by the words of bell hooks. If it's been, yes, so many people, right? So, and if you didn't raise your hand and you're new to bell hooks, after today, you're gonna be on your journey to transformation. I want to start off by giving thanks to Dr. Regine Jean-Charles. Let's all just give thanks. Thank you for conceptualizing and not just that, actualizing this amazing gathering today. I love that we are hosting this symposium in Oakland, right? I dance whenever I say Oakland because I love this place so much. It's a place that, saw me as a young person and gave me, empowered me to be who I am. And so it's very fitting. The culture and the ethos of Oakland with the focus on community solidarity is reflected in the works of both Bell Hooks and our keynote speakers, Dr. Angela Davis and Dr. Gina Dent. Both Dr. Davis and Dr. Dent's advocacy for prison reform and abolition and Bell Hooks' writings on love, healing, and community underscore the importance of collective action and support systems for societal change. At the center of activism is the concept of love. And Bell Hooks states, the moment we choose to love, we begin to move toward freedom, to act in ways that liberate ourselves and others. That's why we're here today, liberation. And I'm honored to welcome to the stage all of the speakers today for our keynote discussion. I'll start with the moderator, Billin Mesvin. Billin, if you want to start making your way to the stage. So Billin is one of my dearest and oldest friends. I've known Billin for almost 20 years now. And she is someone who, right? Clap for that. And she's someone who walks the talk. Billin invests in community. She invests in small businesses. She invests in Black women. Billin has supported my conferences before, sponsoring them. She has, hired me as a consultant when I was starting out. Barely knew what I was doing. She believes in Black women empowerment and success. And so really just honored to have her here today. And she has also just, committed to the liberation and empowerment of all people. She has one of the most diverse staffs I've ever seen in the communication space. And so that's my personal preface of Billin from knowing her. Her formal bio is that she is the founder and principal of Change Consulting. It's a social change communications agency based in Oakland, California, founded 15 years ago. Change Consulting partners with visionary leaders, enacting racial justice, providing the communication strategy and support they need to make change possible. Prior to founding Change Consulting, Billin advanced communications efforts for the San Francisco District Attorney Kamala D. Harris, our vice president. As a journalist, Billin has written for a range of organizations. I'm not even going to name them all. She has a master's in journalism from UC Berkeley and a BA in English from Vanderbilt University. She's also been named one of the 2020-24's Women to Watch by the NASDAQ and has been awarded the California Black Women's Trailblazer Hall of Fame Award in 2023 and 2024. Give a round of applause for Billin. Dr. Gina Dent, would you like to make your way to the stage? Thank you. Dr. Dent is a committed activist, writer, teacher. She is the Humanities Associate Dean of DEI and Professor of Feminist Studies, History of Consciousness, and Legal Studies at the University of California, Santa Cruz. You don't want me to read this whole thing? All right. She doesn't want me to read her whole bio. I'll read just a little bit more. You can find all of the bios at a QR code on the program. I'll just end with the fact that she's an organizer of Visualizing Abolition, an initiative at UC Santa Cruz that works to create a future free of prison through art exhibitions, art commissions, a music series, postdoctoral fellowships, and graduate student workshops. Dr. Dent is the co-author of Abolition Feminism Now, alongside our Dr. Davis, and she's the editor of Black Popular Culture. Let's clap and rejoice for imagining a world without prisons, right? Thank you for your work in enabling us to envision a world without carceral punishment. And then last, not least, Dr. Angela Davis. Can you make your way to the stage? Dr. Davis, yeah, right? I'll let the audience. Dr. Davis is an Emerita of History of Consciousness and Feminist Studies at UC Santa Cruz, an activist, writer, lecturer. Her work focuses on prisons, police, abolition, and the related intersections of race, gender, and class. She's the author of many books, including her autobiography, Freedom is a Constant Struggle. Her most recent books include Abolition Feminism Now, written with Gina Dent, Erica Miners, and Beth Ritchie. I personally want to thank you, Dr. Davis, for all you've done to make Oakland the city that it is, the city that embraced me, the city that built me up. It's because of your focus on organizing that we are here. So thank you so much, and we love you.
Wow. Thank you so much to my dear friend Carrie for that introduction. And yes, 20 years, that feels hard to say. And thank you to Northeastern and Dr. Regine for just bringing this amazing gathering to Oakland. I feel like this is a time for a conversation just like this. And I want to say honored is an understatement for how I feel to be here to facilitate this conversation with these scholars, thinkers, activists, revolutionaries. Bell Hooks once wrote, "I will not have my life narrowed down. I will not bow down to someone else's whim or someone else's ignorance." And honestly, I cannot imagine anyone who exemplifies that spirit more than these two. So please join me in just giving them another round of applause. So my job here really is to let them speak. Please know I'm very clear on what my assignment is in this situation, okay? But just a couple of housekeeping things. I have a couple of questions that I'm going to ask them, and then at about 11:30, we're gonna open it up to questions from you all, so get your questions ready. And then there is a QR code in the back of your program where you can read more bios of all the amazing speakers that are gonna be here today. So y'all ready? Y'all ready for this thing? Okay, good. All right, so first question is, what in your view is the legacy of Bell Hooks that we need to uplift today in such a time as this where we're facing so much backlash and all the progress we've fought so hard for? And please, whoever wants to take it first.
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting us to participate in this wonderful conference. Thank you so much, Regine, for thinking of us. It's interesting because I had the opportunity to know Bell Hooks before she became Bell Hooks. I always call her Gloria. There's so much to be said about her, but what I think is perhaps most important is the fact that she popularized thinking. She encouraged people to think deeply without using the borders that usually separate intellectuals or professionally trained intellectuals from those in the community. And those of us who are affiliated with institutions like Mills College, and I have to say Mills College at Northeastern, I guess. But I think of this as Mills College. I taught here, and this college exists in my community. But I think she helped to break down some of those barriers. And I think, in particular, I want to focus on the fact that both Gina and I have been doing work around abolition for many, many decades. And we don't often think about the intellectual activity and the work that is done behind walls, and how much time those who are taken away from our community spend exploring the mind and doing precisely what Bell Hooks urged us to do, no matter our preparation, educational preparation. And so I'm really looking forward to this discussion about education as the practice of freedom. Education broadly, not only education that happens in venues such as the present one, but education that happens in the community, education that happens on the job, education that happens as workers organize, education that happens as we struggle for a more just world, as we struggle to end war. So I think that that she urged us to define education in the broadest possible way and to link it to the ongoing quest for freedom.
Thank you so much for that. Anything you want to add, Dr. Dent?
Yes, of course. Well, first of all, thank you, and thank you, Dr. Regine, and there's so many people I recognize and know in this audience, including someone I just ran into after 35 years. Anyway, it's actually wonderful when Regine reached out and asked if we would do this. It struck me, we go all over the world, and we rarely are asked to do anything right here. So we live 10 minutes away, and it's amazing to be here and with you all, and I hope that it's the beginning of other things. So, I guess when you're asked a question like that, it's hard not to open with the personal, too. So I remember meeting Gloria also. She was Gloria then, although I think she had just started to publish as Belle, and so I remember that transition. I remember I was an undergraduate and I was at Yale for the summer, and it was a really exciting time. And I would say that, there are many things she's given us. I think one thing was that I don't think we would have this number of Black feminist intellectuals without her. And it isn't because there weren't people doing really important work in mentoring. I was trained by Barbara Christian, who I heard invoked here, and many others, actually. But she focused on popularizing, as Angela said. She focused on taking the things that we were all doing and talking about and making them plain and making it possible for other people to read them. So I think I started reading her when I was in high school, and certainly by the time I was first in college. And that is so important for nurturing the person that I became, and I think for so many of us. So really, I think she's responsible for this large generation. But I also want to focus on where she ended up, because I think she made a really powerful choice going to Berea. I remember one time when we ran into her, and she had been there not for very long and was talking about why she had gone back to Kentucky. And it was partly because of her mother, but it was also because of just what it meant to be Appalachian and to be connected to community. And so, we're facing so many attacks on the university, on knowledge. I mean, every time they do a study, they can determine where you will fall on a political spectrum based on how much education you have. They will, we know that the universities are being attacked. And I would say that though sometimes people have used Belle's work to challenge the university, I would actually turn that around and say that she never gave up on spaces of the university, even as she believed in the broadest possible definition of education and where we could find it. And I think we need to remember that as we fight for these spaces which are endangered and where we are facing so many targeted attacks and subtle attacks that we don't even recognize, in the encouragement to be anti-intellectual, even in the university.
Such important points you both raised about just both the traditional definition of education and how to protect that, as well as expanding our understanding of what education really means. I was curious about that phrase, education as the practice of freedom, if we could talk more about what that means to you in your teaching, in your writing, in your activism, if you can share more about that. And Dr. Dent or Dr. Davis.
I don't think there's enough time to really do justice to. Yeah, but I would begin the conversation by saying that education has always been at the very heart of the quest for freedom. when we think about the fact that during the era of slavery, so many black people, and especially black women, gave their lives to that effort to guarantee that people in their community could learn how to read and write and think. It is impossible to imagine any move in the direction of liberation without education. Frederick Douglass, of course, emphasized that education is the most important dimension of freedom. And I was referring to our sisters, brothers, siblings who are behind walls. If you are in an institution, in a carceral institution like that, the only way you get a glimpse of freedom is by educating oneself through thinking, through reading, through writing. And I think what is so unfortunate is that in many ways we've lost that connection. The teachers used to be the most important members of our community. I mean, I know I come from a family. Both my mother and father were teachers, and we were constantly reminded as we grew up that we had to learn how to think, because if we didn't learn how to think, then there was no possibility of a better future. And so education has always been, particularly in black communities and oppressed communities, a practice of freedom and a quest for freedom.
Thank you. Just want to pick up on this a little bit. I mean, when we're talking about people inside, our people who have been inside, one of the things that's shocking is how much it is revealed how the deprivation of educational access is the thing. Of course, that's poverty, race. We know all the reasons, right? But that is a route to the prison, and then many people then find that even if they never imagined that they'll be again in the free world, that they need to have, that they discover this love of learning. And I remember this very powerful time. We were in, it was like maybe almost 30 years ago, we were in Alabama. And we went out to a prison, and it was about 3 hours drive from Birmingham. And we arrived there, and there are, hundreds of black men, a few white men, and we go into the chapel where we're going to speak, and people are coming up to me, and I'm, reasonably young. I had just finished my degree a few years before, and people were like, they had things that I had written. They had somehow, I was like, how do you even know we were coming? How do you know who I am? How do you know to find these things? How did you get this here? It was amazing to me to be with hundreds of men who had been locked up, all of them from the time they started getting locked up when they were about 15, 16, 17, and they all knew they'd be released when they were about 65, which is the time after which the prison would no longer want to actually be paying for their food, such as it was, or anything else. And so it was, they all understood this. They knew this was their trajectory, and yet they were the most amazing students in the sense that they were giving us, they were prepared, they came, they sat, they were attentive, they were asking questions, they continued to write afterwards. And really for me, that experience was so transformative. It was one of my first prison visits. And it was one of the first times that I started to put together how important it is to really think about education and how the lack of access to it is so intentional and so systematic and so much about what has driven us to this place we are now.
May I add
Please.
something as well? It just occurs to me that we're often not entirely clear about what we need, what we mean by education, because unfortunately, the idea has been encouraged that education is simply the accumulation of information. Education involves critical thinking. It involves being able to raise questions about everything in our lives. And I don't want us to move forward with this discussion on education without clarifying, what it is we mean by education.
Thank you. That's a wonderful definition and reframe. And definitely this could be a book. I know it's an intellectual feast. I want to spend just one more minute on this, if we can. Dr. Davis, you've said that in your work on abolition, for the world not to require the persistent intervention of police and prisons, we need better education systems. We know, even in California, that California has spent billions building prisons, and yet one college, right? And so there is the systemic kind of focus on incarceration versus the things we really need to be free, such as education, even here in California. And I'm also thinking about how that ties a little bit into this anti-intellectual backlash that we face, and how those things could be connected. And so I'm curious about the world we need to shape for abolition to truly be a reality. Again, I know that is actually a book. Abolition Feminism Now is a book that they just wrote. But I'm curious about any thoughts you have to share with us on that.
Well, to reflect on abolition requires us to be deeply educated, let me say, because I'm not only talking about education at an institution like this. I'm talking about the development of the capacity to think deeply and to think radically. And I use the term radically for its association with root, because radical means root, to not simply remain at the surface, but explore the roots, no wonder critical theory is being attacked, because there are forces in this country and in the world that do not want us to think deeply, that do not want us to move past the surface of things. No wonder education about race and racism is under attack, because that would allow young people and older people, because a lot of older people need to be educated as well. It's not just the younger ones. Sometimes the older ones need more education than the younger ones. But not to accept that which exists only because it is there, only because of its existence, to be. I often tell the story of growing up in Birmingham, Alabama, the most segregated city in the country, and my mother was a teacher, as I pointed out, and we often got very upset when we realized that there were things that we could not do only because we were black, that we could not go to the library, that we could not go to the museum, that we could not go to the amusement park. So she would always tell us that that was not the way the world was supposed to be organized. she didn't just say, oh, because we live under segregation. And she would say, this is not the way things should be. And I'm so thankful to her, because from the time I was a very young child, I grew up being able to imagine what a different world would look like. And so also inhabiting that imagined world, as well as living in the existing, under the existing regimes of segregation. So I say that because it's a long way of getting to an answer to your question about abolition. Oftentimes when people evoke abolition, they think it means simply getting rid of the prisons, getting rid of police. And yeah, it does, but that's not going to solve the problem if everything else remains the same. And so how do you think more capaciously? How do you ask yourself, what would the world have to look like in order not to have to rely on these institutions of violence and repression? What would we have to do? One of the things we would have to do is to emphasize education more. And that's only one thing. We would need, what else would we need? We would need housing, accessible, affordable housing. We would need health care. We would need recreation. So we would have to reimagine not just the institution that we're concerned about, but everything that is responsible for creating a world that makes us believe that we need prisons and police in order to be saved.
Woo. Yes. I'm fired up. And I do see that radical imagination to be the job of all of us, right? All of us in this room, not just advocates or thinkers. Dr. Dent, anything else you want to add to that?
So our struggle is trying to be brief about these things, Well, so as Angela was talking about before, one of the hardest things is talking about what we mean by education. So just to be a little more specific, I will say, because we all have Palestine in our minds and our hearts these days, and one of my most important mentors was Edward Said, who was a professor at Columbia University when I was a graduate student there, and I took a few courses with him, but, and I'll just say something about him for 1 second that I think is important. I mean, one of the ways that he made a lot of us comfortable in that space was that he would always stop in the hallway, and he would put his hand, on my forearm or whatever, and he would say, he'd look right in my eye, and he'd say, "How are you doing?" And he was so intentional about his relationship to people. So I want to add that, because I'm going to talk about what he taught, but it was also the way he was and the way he treated people that made a difference every day. And the class that I remember most, that I've been talking about a lot lately, that I took with him, was a class about what was happening. This is like the early 90s. And it was a class about what the right was doing in establishing non-academic think tanks. And we read a lot of the materials that were coming out at that time. Like, there was a book called Closing of the American Mind, and there were a lot of people on the right who had discovered that the university needed to be their primary target. That in fact, what had happened as a result of the 60s and 70s in terms of new fields being developed, new kinds of people going into the university, was the greatest threat to them. And so what he was preparing us for were all the ways that those of us who were going on to be faculty were going to be undermined, not by the things that were most obvious to us, but by all of the different ways in which the non-academic environment of knowledge production was going to be challenging all of us and trying to make things difficult. And so of course, now we have, professors have like public emails. I mean, it's just a little thing, but when you get messages from all over the world that you're required to answer, like, what does that do to your life? Or things like, the way that publications changed, and so people are focused on a different way of publishing. And, also education in a very neoliberal way being defined as like the information I have that increases my value, so toward professionalization rather than toward deep knowledge and thinking. And so, even when I went from a private university, I later worked at Columbia University, and then I came to University of California as a professor. And though I had been a student here, I actually wasn't really aware of how different it would be. For example, as a professor at Columbia, every few years you have a sabbatical, you're supposed to write books. Nobody cared about these little other things you were doing. Nobody bothered you about what you were going to be writing. I came to, University of California, and they were like, all they cared about was counting pages. I never cooperated, but anyway, which is another lesson, I think, that I learned not only from, Bell Hooks and Edward Said and so many people who taught me and mentored me, but, following the rules all the time, like taking advice, like you can listen to advice, be respectful about advice, but you make your own choices about how you take in that information and what you want to do. And, now with so much activism that people are engaged in, there are these questions about, what's the role of the classroom? And something came out at Santa Cruz recently where there was a request to have leniency for students because they're involved in the movement and they're not attending classes and things like that. And, I'm part of a program, Visualizing Abolition, which you, I think, just heard in the introduction. And, we were addressing that head on because we need people in our classrooms. Like, our movements need people who actually are taking advantage of these new materials, these new classes that have been developed precisely because we don't want to keep having to start from scratch with every generation. And so, really thinking about how we value education. I'm not saying I don't value the protest, I do. But that, when we call them demonstrations, they're demonstrations of something that we are otherwise doing quietly and often with our minds and in connection with others and in conversations. And those, we need to hold on to those spaces. So I'm just very, I've been taught to be very alert to all the ways in which we capitulate, even as Black feminists, intellectuals, to the status quo. And I think, having the reminder of Bell Hooks and others who took alternative ways through knowledge is really important.
Thank you so much for that. That's such an important point, and maybe a segue into the next question, which is, I often think a lot about, even in my small way, like Black feminist institution building, Black feminist world making, as Dr. Regine was saying. And so I was curious about how you all describe the Black feminist classroom, how you would think about that, how you would remake the classroom from an international, intersectional Black feminist lens.
These are all such easy, short answers.
We're ready for the answers.
Well, I think we begin with Fair Griffin's definition of Black feminism. I love that because we're always encouraged to think so narrowly that we say Black feminism, and then we only think about people who are visibly identifiable as racially Black. We don't think about Black in a larger context. We don't think about political Blackness, and we don't necessarily think about the entire world. We think about, Black feminists as one portion of a larger community. And I love the way Farah points out that it's about the entire world. And if one looks at the history of Black women, we see that Black women have never only worked for themselves. Can you give me one example of a situation in which Black women were only involved in doing work to promote Black women? It's never been that way. I mean, this is why in Brazil some years ago, when the Black women's movement was on the rise, they talked about the fact that when Black women stand up, everyone stands with us. It's never been about a separate identity. It's always been about a political identity, and it's been about transforming the world. And you know, I was just remembering that when I was teaching at San Francisco State, and this is actually when I met Bell Hooks, because she was also teaching at San Francisco State. This was like in the late 70s. And Cherie Moraga and Gloria Anzaldúa were also teaching at San Francisco State in the Women's Studies department. And it's so interesting because we all published books in 1981. This Bridge Called My Back was published in 1981. Ain't I a Woman? Bell Hooks' first book was published then. And then I published Women, what's the title? No, I mean, it's so strange because I was also teaching a course at San Francisco State, and the title of the course was A Women, Class, and Race, and the book was Women. I know the title. But and I was thinking that you generally read those books with that in mind, that there was this really incredible feminist of color community, which is what enabled that to happen. So I always think of Black feminism in conversation with, in community with, not only other feminisms, but environmentalism, the labor movement. It's about recognizing the intersectionality of all of these quests for freedom. And so in the classroom, maybe what we should do is move along with the conversation and take note of ideas that emerge that would be helpful to all of us for imagining what it might mean to be in a Black feminist classroom.
Love that. Yeah. Thank you. Please.
One short thing, which I think also just, because you mentioned intersectionality, and we use that really, and that work, the early work of women of color in the law was very important to me. I went to the early conferences, and you know, we don't usually remember that the term was actually generated from an article where the example was actually Latinx, we would now say, women in Los Angeles who were not able to access shelter care because they didn't speak English. So I always try to lift up that example because somehow it's turned into intersectionalities about Black women, and it bothers me quite a lot. And so, you know, we ourselves need to constantly be thinking about the ways in which we're invited into a version of whatever it is, but in this case, intersectionality, that's kind of more affirming of our identities and more about ourselves as individuals, instead of actually what that project was really about, which is a way of seeing the law that would help us to look at everything else drawn from a very particular set of examples. And so that just always strikes me as something that's really important to say. But since you asked about the Black feminist classroom, I'm going to talk about a space where we have taught for some time until COVID disrupted this, but which is in a Black feminism course in Cachoeira, Brazil, which is in Bahia, the state of Bahia in Brazil. It's a very small village, and the university there is part of a university system which was established after affirmative action in Brazil in 2002. And so it's an entirely new university system, which over the years we've literally seen get built up. The I remember one time we went to a conference and we arrived and it was circus tents, like what we thought were like circus tents, and that's where we were speaking because there were no buildings yet. So we've been a part of that building, and when we join usually other faculty from Latin America who are part of our, and it's a small course, it's only a couple of weeks, and it's just 4 faculty. But, you know, they had a habit of asking the 2 of us to start the course. And, you know, we kept saying, well, that doesn't make any sense. We should start with the faculty from Brazil. We should start with the faculty from Colombia. We should start with faculty who, you know, will center that perspective, which is also the perspective that I was trained through. Yeah? And so we also have to study those Brazilian feminists and those others who are not translated into English enough, not where the ideas don't circulate. And so, you know, a Black feminist classroom is, I think, as I was just saying a moment ago in a different way, not so much an identitarian space. It's actually a space where we're always thinking through difference. And I think that is the kind of radical possibility of difference. I heard Audre Lorde called out earlier. You know, these are the ways that I feel that I was trained up and raised up by mentors, and it's something that I feel is kind of falling away, which includes the, you know, incredible coloniality of our knowledge production, even in fields like Black studies, where we're so focused on the US, for example. It's very difficult to know anything about any other place. You know, we're doing better, I think, because of the movements and talking about Palestine in our classrooms, knowing a little bit more about the Middle East, knowing a little bit more Arabic. IT was raised earlier, and, you know, it's so difficult to even have basic conversations about these issues, Sudan, I mean, other places, because we have so little knowledge of, you know, of the world and the scholarship that's been produced and the trajectory of US thinking that often goes and is irresponsible in the rest of the world, and that includes Black feminist thinking. I'm sorry, I mean, you know, we're celebrating, but we also have to tell truth. And that is the spirit of Belle. She would always make herself unpopular if she wanted to, she needed to. And, you know, that is, you know, something that I think it's hard to hold on to about her, but that was one of the things. And so, you know, we need to think about the effect that our work is having in the world and take responsibility for that.
Amazing. Yes, please.
I'm actually thinking about what might be an extremely important quality of the Black feminist classroom, listening to you talking about intersectionality. You know, we all like Kimberly Crenshaw, and we think the term intersectionality is important. But let's remember, it was just a term, because for decades and decades, Black women and others have been seeking to find ways of giving expression to the importance of bringing what are considered to be different phenomena together, thinking things together. And you know, there are so many words that have been used in order to give expression to that effort to replicate through our theorizing the kind of messiness of reality. But oftentimes we get stuck on the terms and we forget what the terms are trying to do. And therefore we use the terms as if they can stand in for what it is we're trying to understand. And that is not education. That is miseducation. And so I'm thinking about the Black feminist classroom as a classroom that would have to take into account what we do not know. Because what we do not know is as important to recognize as what we do know. And we can't simply use terms like intersectionality to convince ourselves that we know what we don't know. And so, I think that it's hard for people who are trying to educate themselves to realize that actually, the more you learn, the more you recognize that you don't know and that you haven't learned. And so I think we need that. We need that sense of what is yet to come. Who could have possibly imagined that the focus on trans issues would become so generative in all kinds of realms, not only around issues of gender, but how do you keep open that space, and how do you stop trying to convince yourself that you know everything there is to know about your field? And then, why do you assume that you have to be ensconced in a field, in a discipline? This is why these attacks on interdisciplinary learning are so intense, because they want us all to be ensconced in our own little boxes. But it's, like ethnic studies on this campus was a really important interdisciplinary space of learning. Okay, I'll stop preaching now.
This one's going to get us so many things to say. Yeah.
If you have one final thought before I open it up to the audience, because yeah, please.
Are we there? Oh my goodness.
We are.
Well, yes, maybe just to say, because I started out talking about this classroom in Brazil, and I just want to say, I just got into how we entered, but I want to say a little bit about that space, that it was so important to think about working in translation. And so, another Black feminist principle is that we don't always agree. And so I absolutely agreed with what Angela said about how the term intersectionality has come to stand in for this other thing that actually was existing for as long as we know about Black women communicating and writing, and many other people also who were at intersections. But I do want to hold on to this specificity of intersectionality, which has been lost even in the application of it, it was a perspective. I said this before, but I want to say it again. It was a specific relation to law. Now it's been colloquialized as if it's something else. But the only thing that matters about using the term is that it was actually designed to help you focus on a system differently and to understand forms of abstraction that happened inside of the law that are actually operationalized against people of color. And these are ways of reading and thinking about everything that really matter a lot. So if the Black feminist classroom is a space, and when we're in Brazil, we're teaching in translation, we have a translator we work with the same person all the time, and it's a constant back and forth, because I speak and understand enough of Portuguese, so we're constantly talking to each other about what we're doing, and I think those spaces are so profound to me, and it's a contrast to what I've experienced here. At the University of California, I asked my students to fill out a thing at the beginning of class, and I say, well, what languages can you work in? And this year, a couple of people wrote back to me and said, I'm not sure what you mean. And I realized that it's so uncommon in their lives to be asked to use that. And so I just want to talk about one thing that I learned as a skill when I was in grad school by Gayatri Spivak, who was one of my professors, and she said, so she would ask us all what languages we did, and then she would pair us up. So if someone was an Arabic speaker, you'd be paired up with a non-Arabic speaker. If you were a German speaker, if you spoke Yoruba, whatever it was. And so that we were using and maximizing all our linguistic competences together, and so we were responsible for helping other people in the languages that we knew, and they were responsible for helping others. And I think that model of education was so profound, and I've tried to use it over the years, but you know what? I can't use it as much anymore because we're in such a monolingual environment, even for people who grow up speaking another language, because they've never been able to use that language in our universities. How much does that cut us off from understanding anything, for example, about the Middle East? Because we can't read Arabic, most of us. So these are the things that I really want to have us talking about for the Black feminist classroom. What does it mean to really radically embrace the difficulty of learning things that we do not know so that we're capable of speaking to each other?
Wow, super powerful. I feel like that perfectly hits that question. And also I'm hearing, some of the things I'm hearing are just curiosity, embracing radical possibility, attending to the interpersonal as well as the systemic, having a global lens, knowing what we don't know and not being afraid of that, which is exactly what we're combating when we think about the opponents.
It's
So thank
joyful,
you.
right?
It's joyful.
The difficult is joyful.
Yeah, yeah, I love that. Thank you. I want to open it up to you all. I think we have folks standing with microphones. Maybe please raise your hand so folks can come to you. I know y'all got some questions.
Hello. My name is Rachel. Thank you both, or all three of you, for speaking and being here with us. I'm curious, how do you handle the hierarchy of education? And I feel like you've kind of talked about this a little bit, but just working in institutions that definitely validate a certain perspective. How do we fight against that? And you talk about how education is more than just what's in the classroom, but as folks that are in the classroom, how do we manage that?
Well, my response to questions about navigating spaces that can sometimes be construed as hostile spaces is always to build community. One of the I'm trying to remember, I know Bell Hooks writes about the beloved community and the importance of community and how we often don't take that into our everyday lives. We set foot on a campus and then we become completely subservient to the notion that the scholar is always a solitary individual. We forget about community. The book that Gina and I wrote with Beth Ritchie and Erica Miners was a very intentional effort to do a book that would require all of us to negotiate all kinds of things. I mean, it's a short book, but it was so hard, even though we've known each other for many, many years. Our politics are the same. We're all feminists, we're all abolitionists. And then we sat down to do the work and realized that there were so many differences, that sometimes we were using words based on our own fields that meant entirely different things. So it was so fascinating, negotiating, all of those differences. And then eventually the book turned out to be, I think it's amazing, even though I am one of the 4 authors.
You kind of don't feel like that. That's the good part about it.
Yeah, and so I would say, try to find community, collaborate. The formal educational system in our country does not encourage collaboration. Maybe you'll have to give a report, and 3 of you or 4 of you will get together and you give a report before the class. But they never asked you to write a paper together, do they? And that's something that should be encouraged by the academy. And you know, as someone who's been in the university almost all my life, I can't believe it. I also sat on the Committee on Academic Personnel at UC Santa Cruz, you know, makes the decisions about who gets tenure and who gets promoted and all of that. And so there was a tendency to assume that if you wrote a book with another person, then you got 50% credit for it. If there were, like, you know, 3 authors, you got 30. And so this experience makes me want to say that you should get double credit because it's hard. And that actually helped us to imagine what building abolition feminist community should be like. It's not easy. It's not easy. And that we shouldn't assume that difference is something, as Gina was pointing out, that we simply try to transcend. And this is where we always, we always think about difference as something that separates us, that keeps us apart. And we have to move, it's always about moving beyond difference. But that experience taught me that difference, as Audre Lorde said, can be so generative, and it can be the glue that pulls us together rather than that which separates us, and we all have to become the same if we want to stand together. And when you say it like that, that makes no sense at all. You know, who wants to see themselves over and over again? Well, yeah, I can name some.
So I'll try to be brief because, but you use the term hierarchy, and I really want to touch that because, for example, each of us was a member of a different decade actually when we were writing together. You know, so we've known each other, we work together, but we're actually situated differently, and we have different experiences based on how we grew up, where we grew up, and all kinds of things. And that was part of what we were learning as we were writing this book together. But hierarchy has gotten like a very bad name, and I want to talk a little bit about this because it's confusing to me. There's a kind of hierarchy which is arbitrary and racist and sexist and whatever. Let's just throw that one out. I'm not talking about that one. But there's another kind of hierarchy that we need to preserve that's really important. When someone has knowledge, deep knowledge, and they've spent years and they are elders or whatever, where is the respect for that? So one thing that's really concerning to me, and I think as Black feminists, I really think about this, you know, how I was raised up to think about what elders can offer and the kind of honor. I remember, again, from being in Brazil, you know, anytime we're around some of the elder women, even when they enter, like everybody kneels, we all kneel, we kiss their hands, we talk with them, we listen, we sit at their feet. This is an important part of respecting who they are and what they bring and what they carry from the ancestors. And those practices are just in everyday life and in everything people do. And then here you see people older people walking down the street, and people aren't even like, making space or, and in the university, sometimes people will say now, oh, we just want to work with each other. We're students, we all learn from each other. Yes, we all learn from each other, but not about the same things. And so if I've spent, however many years in the university studying something, there's no point in my just sitting there and performing the same role as someone else in that space who hasn't done that. And if I haven't been someone in the labor union for decades doing a certain kind of work, it doesn't make sense for me to be the one giving a lecture always on labor. So there's just this way of, I think, dismissing.
The story about the student who asked whether it was possible to cite something from.
Oh, well, it's a slightly different point, but anyway, there's another meme that some of you might know where a professor was asked by a student if they could cite something really old from the late 1900s. Because the idea is like the newest knowledge, right? The thing that was published yesterday is the best thing. It's the most. It's which is. Could there be a more dumb idea? So but that. So I don't. Maybe it's about hierarchy, but it's about generation. It's sort of about throwing out. So we have classrooms where we're talking so much about. We talk about our genders when we're introducing ourselves, and I use that as a way to say we've actually embraced abstractionism. What we've actually learned to do is to de-essentialize and move away from the notion that what I normally say in class is a signifier and signified, but I can say whatever. The thing it's called and the thing that you're trying to describe, you actually start to see it fracture. You no longer see it as one thing. It means you now understand that we're all living in abstraction all the time. And that is actually a really important thing. I don't know how I got into that anyway. But the point is, these texts that were written, whenever they were written, they might not have like the language about non-binary folks but we throw them out? No. So hierarchy for me also, we have to have, how can we introduce those respectful hierarchies that make sense, that allow us to pass on knowledge in a serious way, and we're not having each new generation saying I can do it on my own. Don't tell me. I don't need to read that old stuff. Maybe that's what you want me to say. We need to be respectful of all of that, and that's, I think, really complicated because we always think of now, and it's one of the things the right has done to us. I'm going to say, I don't know who's in the room, but I'm just going to assume we're not voting for that one. So, what they've done to us partly is say that, we are all the same. And we've then downgraded the possibility of what we actually can be. And then we've made all leadership suspicious. So I'm all for telling leaders, telling truth, absolutely. But to be suspicious of all leadership is a way of undermining our capacity to actually do anything and make anything possible. So these are ways that I think we need to both know when we're in an unfair hierarchy and speak out about it, and that means organizing, because you don't do that by yourself. And you figure out who can manage the risk and who's the person who can speak up and who can speak for you if you're not in a position to be able to do that. If you're undocumented or if you're in some other way vulnerable, maybe you're not at the protest. Don't be mad at that person. Understand we have to distribute this risk. And then also understand that we all then need to be talking to those people who might be excluded to make sure we bring in that knowledge. But then who are the people who are leaders that we can trust? And how do we invest in building leaders? For a moment in BLM, we were talking about leaderful movements, but we've really let that go.
Really important point you bring up about leadership, and something I think a dynamic we see in movement space too, distrust of leadership. And I think what you all are giving is really a master class on how to build beloved community and how to reclaim things like heritage and lineage and eldership and knowledge and wisdom for ourselves too, and not let it get co-opted. So thank you for that. And thank you for that question too. I think we have space for one or two more questions.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Dr. Chris Harrison. I'm an alum of Mills College 4 times. I'm also a student of the Mills College Upward Bound program that is here. So I want to speak to and ask a question about leadership. First, I want to just say thank you, Dr. Dent, Dr. Davis, for being here. A connection is our mother, my sister's behind me, and my wife and my daughter's here. My mother used to tell me stories about when she lived in Brookfield, and she would walk on her way to school to Madison Middle School, and she would stop at the houses where they would serve her breakfast, the kids, breakfast on their way to school, Black Panther Party members. So I just wanted to make that connection. But my question is this, framing it with respect to leadership. We have young people here who are on their way out to the world of work to have impact. We're at a space Mills College at Northeastern that has a historical, as you said, connection, and it's been a bedrock for building and creating people to go out and have positive social change. Now, when they go out into the world of work, they're going to be confronted by this phrase by Marimba Ani. She coins it as rhetorical ethics. And so what I'm asking is, what are the implications for the Black feminist classroom as it relates to how they should move and engage when confronted with rhetorical ethics? And specifically, I'm speaking, they're going to be in spaces where they're going to witness the inequities, the discrimination, and the marginalization of Black women and women of color in these spaces. They're going to be charged or challenged to either keep their mouths closed, say nothing, or to engage. So my question is, if they were to decide to engage, what are the implications of the Black feminist classroom with respect to what that engagement would look like or could look like? Thank you.
Well, that could mark the beginning of a very, very long conversation, but thank you for setting up the scenario. Again, I would say that yes, we always engage, but we have to be, we have to consider the conditions under which that engagement can be successful, which might mean sometimes, not speaking out immediately, especially if you know that you're just going to get immediately cut down. It would, I think, most effectively mean organizing and figuring out how best to collectively confront the racist or the sexist wrong that has been done. It also means having a repertoire, because you find yourself in a situation where somebody says something terrible and it just knocks the wind out of you, and you just an hour later you figure out what you should have said. So something that has been important to me is developing a repertoire beforehand, so you can pull it out when necessary. But also recognizing that you need to act in community, so that sometimes it might be helpful to wait and organize your collective response in ways that will make a difference, not only for you, but for others as well. So that's called organizing. Organizing is a skill. It's an art. It's perhaps the most considered element of making change in the world. And so I think all of us have to be organizers to a certain extent or another. But I would say respond in a way that is going to make a difference.
Thank you, Dr. Davis.
I can be really brief. I mean, I think also, because I don't entirely know if I know what rhetorical ethics means, so I'm just going to say that.
Thank you for saying that.
So I'm just going to go with what I think the question was about, but also just to speak up for those who are quiet, because you can probably tell I was never that quiet, but I deeply respect quiet people. And, someone came up to me the other day who I taught 20 years ago. I didn't remember her. She actually said she used to come just be in my classes, and then she wrote this book, and she just sent it to me. And I thought, she never spoke. And then she's been doing all of this work. So I think the other thing is that we all have, that's the thing, we're emphasizing difference, right? So some of us are comfortable speaking, some of us are comfortable being attacked, and it doesn't bother us that much. Other people, have other ways. If we could be better, and this is what organizers really do, figure out who's good at what, and then what you can have them do. Which is always so funny to me when some people are like, focus on the people who speak a lot, and a lot of times they don't even write things themselves. When I was in college, I wrote the speeches for the guys, and then later I was like complaining about it, and they were like, they started calling me Ms. But I was like, this is something that people don't understand a lot. Like how do we deal with the way that we are relating to who we think is worthy of attention, the celebrity culture, the focus on individuals. And so if I understand then, what we're really saying is, what we really need to be looking at more is what is actually making it possible for us to move things. And that is the stuff that's disappeared. That's what if abolition feminism now was about anything, it was about writing about the movement now, before we have a whole history of the movement, which we have to then undo later by people writing a bunch of books about how you missed all the trans people, women, whatever, in this movement. What if we write it right now and we talk about this? And so I think this way of trying to show the full complexity and even talk about those like organizations that disappeared. We have a lot of focus on like organizations that are considered failures or things that are considered to not nobody even knows their names. And there are many things we don't know even to name, but it's the practice of looking that is so important. So a lot of this is happening in ways that are not in our rhetoric, but are in spaces that are actually guiding what we're really experiencing.
Thank you, thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
So,
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yes, if you can ask your question, and then I don't know who, there was one other person.
Oh, I saw.
Okay,
I'll
great,
pass it over.
great.
Yeah. So yeah.
Maybe we'll take 3 at the same time
Okay,
and then go
yeah.
from there.
So yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, so I'll try to be quick. But I want to say, I'm Dr. Tracy Corley. I actually teach for Northeastern at our Arlington campus and also was a student at Northeastern. And I'm very excited to both be here, honored to be here, as well as it's been an honor to just meet all of the people at Mills College and to learn about just the amazing work that's been happening here, because I do community engaged action research, and this whole conversation about scholar activism and kind of breaking down those barriers between knowledge production and actually putting that into action is just really important for me, and I'm just learning so much each and every day, and thank you. And one of the things that kind of really comes across as I teach courses in public policy and urban affairs is that a lot of the classes that I teach is team-based learning, and so the students are writing papers together, they are writing reports together, they're out there kind of doing their projects together, and kind of bringing the understanding and recognition of difference into the classroom is really important. But one of the things that they're having a very difficult time doing is actually building empathy. And I would love to hear a little bit more about the role of empathy in the Black feminist classroom and kind of what that looks like.
Thank you. And then if you can ask your question as well.
It is an honor to have you both here on this campus. Just taking advantage that part of the administration is here as well as staff and students and faculty. My question would be like, what advice would you both give to students, staff, and faculty for those who want to talk about liberation and freedom in the classroom and practice it on campus but feel restricted? For example, like due to the erasure of the Ethnic Studies Department and the administration limiting our discourse about Palestine, because many Mills College students, especially myself, found community in these courses, in these classrooms, as well as, being able to learn in the ethnic studies classes that were offered back when it was Mills College. But it suddenly became so hard due to this institution and them trying to limit our education. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. All right. So, last one. Okay, I'll try to keep this, try to keep the preamble to a minimum. But thank you both so much for being here and offering your perspectives. My name is Yasmin Kelkay. I'm currently a postdoctoral scholar in African American Studies at UC Berkeley and incoming faculty at Howard University in sociology in the fall. Oh, thank you. I really, really appreciated your talking about having the humility to recognize the things that we don't know and the importance of that as part of learning and education. And also in particular, your attention to transnational, international kind of politics and how we think about blackness and black feminism and the politics of translation. These are questions I think about a lot, and I was wondering about what advice you might have in terms of how we think about the importance of difference, but also power, that comes with thinking about difference. And, I really appreciated your example about language. And like myself, there are many of us who, at the same time that we might talk about and think about how US scholarship, including, like you said, Black feminist scholarship and thought can be responsible to the rest of the world and how it engages with the rest of the world, it's also the case that precisely because of the kind of hegemony of the US, many of us come here because we don't find the possibilities of doing this work, of having these spaces where we come from. And we get here, and now we're in this double bind where we're moved from our communities, our immediate communities, and trying to build community here, but also where the knowledge that we have, the literal and figurative translation that we're constantly engaging in, right, is also kind of illegible and erased, right? And so I'm thinking a lot about internationalism, about solidarity, and about the politics of difference and of kind of power and knowledge and location in these spaces. And so I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts about, what the possibilities are in terms of a kind of Black feminist pedagogy or praxis in these spaces of learning that can engage better with difference and power in relationship to thinking about the US and the diaspora globally. Thank you.
3 great questions. One about empathy, a really great question about how to navigate taking action around freedom and Palestine on campuses, and then navigating power and difference as well.
Sorry. Said I'm loud. Trying to think of, these seem somewhat connected, so I'm going to start in the middle. I'm going to start with the institutional context in which you're learning. I said this earlier about kind of following rules and advice, but I'm going to say this. I never went through school doing school exactly as I was instructed. So, for example, I'm a comparative literature PhD, and so I actually just said that in addition to the languages I was learning, I was going to have anthropology and law be 2 of my other languages in my degree program. No one had done that, but then when I asked, I had a proposal, they were like, oh, that's fine. So the thing is, a lot of times people tell you what to do, and then we just follow. Like, how do we get like that? So no, but I think just resisting or saying no or being obstinate or just annoyed is not really helpful. When I think about coming up, there started to be Black studies, but this is kind of the early days. It's not like today. And so a lot of the work we were doing outside, I took 2 years outside of school. I read everything I could in Black studies before I went back to school. And so what are the ways that we can actually encourage like building up knowledge around Palestine or whatever else? It can be part of your academic journey. Again, you should know I'm not against protests and all that organizing. That's really important, especially now. Genocidal war, we are responsible for. We should be doing all we can, yes. And to do that requires us to be constantly knowing and reading more. And so that can be part of what you study. So independent majors, how do you petition to do something different in a class? Constantly using, what you're given and the structure and rethinking, what would make the structure work to support the knowledge that you want to gain. And then if you feel uncomfortable doing that on your own, getting others involved with that. I think that's really, really important to understand that these confines that we're given don't necessarily have to be the way that we experience things. And that's how things change, that other people can follow and do those same things as well. That's probably not all you meant there. I think we also need these fields to be represented again. We need to understand why these fields were first created, who was in them, all the disappeared histories of them. We need to recover. All of that is also important, of course. Empathy. Really, that's to structure everything, but it's very hard. We're not good at it. And I would say, as a Black woman, maybe the strongest thing I've gotten from my mother, I also come from a line of teachers, is empathy. My mother has incredible empathy for people. She'll walk down the street, and she just is constantly like seeing other people and caring. And I think that's something that came to me through that. But then I realized how it's not very common. And so as a person who studied literature, I feel like that was always a huge route to developing empathy. It's a way of, you can read about any kind of space in the world, and you could read about a space that hasn't existed yet in speculative fiction, and these are ways of developing empathy. And this is why, for me, I'm very passionate about that kind of teaching and that kind of work, because I think it can build our capacities for empathy in really important ways, which is why organizing is a part of things and being with people. But we're geeks, we're nerds, we spend a lot of time reading, and that is really important too for filling you up with things that then you can carry with you and ways you can be in the world, and allowing you to be quiet enough to be comfortable then listening and listening out for others. I think that's really important. I'm just trying to be brief. And finally, it's a question about translation. I'm not sure where you came from first, but it sounded like you were not born here. And where? From Finland. Interesting. We have a dear Finnish friend. By way of Ethiopia. So I feel like, again, the reason I studied comparative literature, I also studied Black studies at the same time, but was always because I was I felt that I was living in translation. I went to white schools growing up. My parents talked to me about that all the time. My parents moved from segregation into integration, thinking lots of other Black people would be around, not so much. So, for me, that was the thing I understood the most, and that has connected me then to people all over the world and enriched my life in, incredible ways. And I think I'm only really repeating, I think, what we've been trying to say about Black feminism, which is the kind we really are inspired by and want to carry, is the kind that really is always about building these connections and having the patience to build them in a way that requires a lot of time and work and years, and not kind of assuming knowledge. And this, I said this earlier about kind of neoliberalism and the way in which we, feel we've internalized like our value from knowing things, but how do we make that space for really thinking about translation? Again, from my discipline, I really understand this is about everything. Like right now, I'm in translation with you, trying to figure out like what I'm thinking, and we're always doing that. And so, how can we lift that up to make learning feel more like a space where we're actually experiencing a foreign language? The thing I'm often asked to do, and I have a title right now that has DEI in it. I'm just going to say I'm an associate dean of whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I actually really don't like or agree with the DEI industry very much in terms of how much it's actually created just the incorporation of us, and it really de-stresses these kinds of things I'm going to talk about. And so for me, the most important thing to do in my job has been to try to kind of make relationships and figure out how to understand where people are coming from, and to expose our lack of agreement or a lack of, not even agreement, but understanding of the basic terms. And I think that, in teaching, we're often told then we teach to the people we have. And so the idea is like if you have a bunch of students of color, you talk in the most simple terms and you're monolingual and you're constantly trying to like make it easier for people. And I think it's just racism that makes that makes that the instruction. So, I'm always telling people it should feel when you're in my classroom like you're studying a foreign language. And so for a while, it's just going to feel like that. But just experience that. And I analogize it to, and this is my last thing, analogize it to the time I was in South Africa for the first time, and I was in a cab with a bunch of different people that I just met. And I decided I was going to be like a good US person, so I didn't ask them, I didn't interrupt or ask them to explain anything to me. I was just sitting there, I was proud of myself for being like, good. And then at the end, I just said, well, could you all tell me what language you're speaking so I can learn? And they just started laughing at me. And I was like, okay. They were like, that was about 7 or 8 languages, so we really can't help you with that, but... So my point in using this in my classroom with students is to say, yes, be the US person who doesn't ask everyone to speak in English for you and whatever, but also know that you will never know so much, and that being comfortable with around others who may be having a conversation that you can't join for today is a part of what will build empathy, allow us to actually focus on fields and things that we need to care about and need in the world. And that is really the kind of Black feminism that I'd like to lift up today.
Thank you. Will you close us out, Dr. Davis?
I've jotted down a number of things. Maybe I should put this away because it's an outline for another lecture. But I thought that I might continue this conversation by emphasizing not only the importance of being empathetic and, learning empathy, and not only empathy with humans, but, empathy with non-human, other non-human animals. But I also was thinking that we are so uncomfortable with discomfort. And I know that oftentimes we talk about creating safe spaces, and it's important to have safe spaces in certain contexts. But the classroom should not be a safe space. The classroom should challenge you. The classroom should make you feel uncomfortable. The classroom should trouble you. And that's an important element of learning, to be able to feel troubled about something that you don't yet know how to express, and to try to figure it out. I think we want to just feel so comfortable all the time, and then nothing happens. So, I wanted to make that point. Oh, what? I have to look at my notes again. What's happening now with the attack on the university? At a time when solidarity with Palestine is on the rise. And I'm someone who has been involved in developing solidarity with Palestine since I was an undergraduate at Brandeis University, which was a university founded in the same year as the State of Israel. And I think that it would be helpful for us to recognize why all of these attacks are happening. This is the most, of course, when we think about all of the death and devastation happening in Gaza right now. It's horrendous, it's horrible. But at the same time, this period is unprecedented in that more people all around the world are organizing campaigns in solidarity with Palestine, knowing that it's not simply about solidarity with one particular people, but rather that it is about learning how to live in the world, and that Palestine, as June Jordan said, is a litmus test. She said Palestine is a moral litmus test. It helps us to understand where we stand in relation to the world. These are very dangerous ways of thinking, and it's not difficult to understand why so many people and forces are threatened by what is happening. And I wanted to use this opportunity, which also involves, of course, the ethnic studies on this campus, to point out that that oftentimes we are more powerful than we think we are. And what we perceive as attacks against us are efforts to prevent the kind of future from developing that is incorporated in the gains that we have made, and therefore they want to, get critical race theory. Because critical race theory helps us to organize our thoughts around structures and systems. We don't stop with the individual. We say racism is not about one person hating another person. It is about what is embedded structurally in systems. And that the only way we can undo it is not about telling people not to be racist, not about sending them to unlearning racism workshops, but it's about changing the world. And that is why they are so threatened. So I think particularly in a space of learning in a Black feminist classroom, we have to also learn how to acknowledge what we have accomplished. And that means coming out of our individualistic sense of who we are and identifying with people in the world who want to see a better future, not only for humans, but for everything, all other life on this planet. Of course, the planet's going to be gone at one point. It's going to disappear. It's like the life of the planet may be billions of years, but it's not going to be the same ever, and it's going to go out of existence. And education needs to allow us to begin to conceptualize these things that are so vast and so scary that what we do is we return to our own familiar ways of being in the world. And we don't think, as Zamora was saying, that we need to think 7 generations in the past, 7 generations in the future. And so what we're doing now is not simply for ourselves, but is for all of those who come after us. And a Black feminist classroom should educate us to think in those capacious terms, not just about ourselves and our families and our communities and the people who exist on the planet at this moment, but to think of ourselves as part of something really vast, but also not to think of ourselves as so small that we can't make a difference. So it's about being able to negotiate and feel discomfort with that, and to know how that discomfort allows us to understand more deeply and to contribute to a better future for everyone. Woo.
I will say the challenge of this conversation is that I wanted to continue on forever, just to, for you all to just share with us decades of not just scholarship and theory, but practice, lived experience, and just your wisdom with us. We're so grateful. Thank you so much. Please join me in giving them another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I will not, I think we have lunch, so I will not hold you from that.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. In the spirit of continuing the conversation on forever, I do want to plant a seed because I felt like we were in a Black feminist classroom with you. And you gave us an invitation at the beginning to have, you said you would like to come to Oakland, you would like to come here specifically more often. So I think an annual classroom series with you, the powers that be in this room and elsewhere, you heard it here first. Thank you so much. I also teared up a little bit as I realized that we have lots of students here. I met these two beautiful Haitian students that are on the Mills campus yesterday, and I was remembering that I first met the two of you when I was a junior in college. My mentor introduced us, so thank you for this full circle moment. We are going to have lunch. Lunch is in the graduate student conference room, which is just across the way. You'll exit and people will help to guide you there. And we also have our breakfast that was a bit delayed, but is still delicious. Shrimp and grits in little cups that you can take to go. They're now to-go containers, so you get to, double up and fortify yourself. And then during lunch, we are going to have, Carrie Maltzby-Lute will introduce a conversation with Dean Kelly Tsai and my colleague Jennifer Barrymore, and we hope that you will also pay attention to that. And then we'll be back here at 1:20. Graduate School of Business is where we're going. It's right across the way there. So thank you, everyone. Thank you again to our guests. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. If you didn't, it's fine. There is a feedback form. Okay, so I'm so pleased. I'm waiting for them to bring that music. Thank you. We obviously, people are trickling back from lunch, but we did want to get us started. I'm very pleased about this roundtable, which is on teaching to transgress education as the practice of freedom. And I'm especially excited because my colleague and new friend, Dr. Nneka Allen Harrison, is going to be our moderator. And so Nneka will take us through the introductions and everything. And it's just a great assortment of people. So I hope that you all bring all of your energy and your attention to welcoming our panelists for this roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Regine. So first I want to say this roundtable discussion invites each of us to think deeply about how we can challenge dominant narratives and interrelated systems of oppression. So it's with great honor, I just said that a few seconds ago, that I introduce our speakers today. Dr. Brandy Summers is a geography professor at UC Berkeley who focuses on the relationship between race, space, urban infrastructure, and architecture. Her book, which I love the title, Black in Place, The Spatial Aesthetics of Race in a Post-Chocolate City, discusses the ways in which aesthetics and race are used to map blackness in Washington, D.C., and the ways competing notions of blackness structure economic relations and develop land in the gentrifying city. Her second book, Oakland Echoes, Reimagining and Reclaiming, explores and highlights resistance and reclaiming not just as a response to urban gentrification, but also as a means of reflecting on the past, present, and future of the Black city. Through her research, Dr. Summers offers insight into the relationship between and function of race, space, urban infrastructure, and architecture. Karima Omer. Karima Omer is the Associate Director of Partnerships at Northeastern University Oakland campus and holds a bachelor's degree in psychology and creative writing from Mills College, and an MBA from the Loki Graduate School of Business. Karima's career journey began in EdTech business development, where she honed skills that transcended her introverted tendencies, earning her the top of the funnel award for 2 consecutive quarters. At Northeastern, she leads Trek initiatives, facilitating student engagement with industry giants like Google, PayPal, and Tesla, as well as local community leaders such as Oakland Roots and the Port of Oakland. Her dedication lies in expanding students' horizons through experiential education partnerships. Dr. Patrice Collins. Dr. Patrice Collins is an assistant professor in the School of Criminology and Criminal Justice and Department of Culture, Society, and Global Studies and Africana Studies at Northeastern University. Dr. Collins' research primarily centers on children affected by familial incarceration. Her work focuses on children affected by parental incarceration, examining the intersections of race, ethnicity, social justice, and child well-being. Currently, she is actively working on a book manuscript titled Everybody's Locked Up: Black Families with Incarcerated Loved Ones. This project examines the lived experiences of families with children who witness parental arrest and endure multiple generations of familial incarceration. Carlita Ballard, an educational leader and community advocate, is currently pursuing her doctorate in education and working as a community-to-community Policy for All graduate research assistant with me at Northeastern University. Her dissertation research focuses on Black liberatory pedagogy and improving academic outcomes for Black students. She also serves as the secretary for Reset Richmond Youth Services, a nonprofit organization that empowers at-risk youth and their families. She is an active member of the Black Educational Task Force, working to address the lack of resources for Black students in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. Atia Rashada. Atia is a passionate advocate for innovative education spaces, particularly focused on creating inspired learning spaces for Black students. Through Afrofuturist inspired education, Atia's work centers on revitalizing efforts and research on the role of psychological safety in Black student success. Rashada is currently the Director of Student Activities and Campus Life at Laney College in Oakland, where she spearheads efforts to diversify cultural representation and enrich multicultural experiences on campus. Atia is currently pursuing a doctorate in educational leadership at Mills at Northeastern, continuing her dedication to transformative education. Let's welcome our speakers. All right, let's go. What was your introduction to bell hooks and how was it transformative for you? And we can start with Dr. Summers.
Thank you so much, Nneka, and I want to say thank you for staying here and listening to us chat, because I know this morning's session was so powerful. I learned a lot. I'm constantly learning, or at least attempting to learn. Oh, and I also have a time limit, and I tend to not follow those, so I'm sorry. All right, so when did I first? So I first encountered bell hooks in college, and it was actually Farrah Griffin, and as well as Barbara Savage, who introduced me to bell hooks. I met bell hooks at the same time. I came to know Toni Morrison also through Farrah. So at the time, and I think this is the case for hopefully everyone's engagement with bell hooks, is that she's written so much on so many different topics that it touches your life in different ways. And so at the time I was, a freshman in college. I really didn't understand. I'm from Oakland. I'm from literally right down the street. And coming to Philadelphia, I had no sense of what I was encountering. I didn't really understand education. No one else in my family had gone to college, and so I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing. And so recognizing, honestly, critical thinking as being central. It's a through line through all of her work, whether it's her autobiography or autobiographical work, the two books that she wrote, or thinking about my favorite text is a collection of essays in yearning. I came to her work trying to understand myself better, and I don't know that I've actually accomplished that, but it's one of those things where she inspired me to do, and I'll say this, Angela Davis said this earlier, maybe it was Gina who said that she was unafraid to be unpopular, and really to take risks. So that's what I've taken from her work, and I continue to take from her work. I have a library of her work that I keep at my home, original editions. So this conference actually came about, and the theme came about in such a timely way. I went to college with Regine, so just it's lovely to be here on my turf, basically, to have you here. But again, it's one of those things where I just learned who to be and how to be through the work of bell hooks. So thank you.
Thank you. Karima.
Yeah. Let's see. Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Well, I actually took a stroll to Moe's bookstore in Berkeley, in undergrad, my first year, and I was just experiencing a variety of things. Right, I'm experiencing college for the first time. I'm a first, excuse me, I'm a first gen, and so I saw the big red letters, the big red book with the black letters, all about love, and it grabbed my attention. So I picked it up and I swifted through the pages, and the quote that I kind of landed on, one of the quotes that I landed on, was that love is an endless act of forgiveness. And forgiveness is the key to freedom, to action and freedom. And I made a joke that if you can't afford therapy, you should just buy All About Love. And a few others too. But I've never felt so connected. Of course I bought it, but of course I never felt so connected to a book that showed deep levels of empathy, which we talked about, deep levels of compassion, and felt rooted into the values that I want to carry on for as long as I can. Having empathy, having compassion, love for humanity. And so I went down the bell hooks rabbit hole. And then you start picking up other authors. You read Toni Morrison. I read Octavia Butler. I read just about anything that I can get my hands on as an avid reader. And you are entering a different world every time that I read from these just very well-known authors. And I hope we all get to experience picking up a new name. I encourage you all to always pick up a new name when you can, and just be an advocate for those writers, because writing is a vulnerability. Whatever they're putting into paper, and sharing it with us is a vulnerability. Music is a vulnerability. Art is a vulnerability. And that was my first introduction to bell hooks, and it continues to. I have 2 copies of that book now on my bookshelf, just because it's one of those grab and goes, and you want people to understand you better, as you spoke to. And sometimes writing is what it does it.
Yeah. Well, I love that. Just the journey to healing. Patrice?
Yes, so thank you for the opportunity. I was reflecting on what they both mentioned, just thinking about my first experiences also being during undergraduate academic journeys. So my background is in child development, but I took some courses that looked at just Black family life. And that's when I was first introduced to bell hooks. And even now, years later, I still reflect on some of those things because she really focuses on self-care and strength. And I was thinking when Dr. Davis was speaking and Dr. Gina Dent about being uncomfortable and being in spaces where you don't know what you don't know until you're in that space, and then using it as an opportunity to learn more. And now, as an assistant professor, I'm still reflecting on like the self-care component that was instilled in me during undergraduate, because that's what Bell Hooks is all about, taking care of yourself, being unapologetic about issues of oppression, issues that are impacting Black families, Black children, Black people in general. And as Black women, sitting here talking to you, but also really honoring what we have to look forward as far as like our past and going forward with our future as it pertains to self-care, and making sure that we are exemplifying the things that she really instilled upon us in her reading. So I know for me, that's kind of where I began, like my journey with Bell Hooks, and also thinking about early literacy and how important that is for young children, how they are able to develop that through relationships, which was another thematic thing that came up today in the conversation. So I appreciate what was just shared, and I look forward to continue the conversation on the panel today. Thank you.
All right, again, I basically had a brief introduction to Bell Hooks while working on my undergrad in the Africana Studies Department at San Francisco State. However, it wasn't until I entered into the master's program here on the campus, Mills College, in the Educational Leadership Program, that I had my transformative moment. The required reading was Teaching to Transgress. From that, just reading the introduction is what got me to thinking about everything. Bell Hooks talked about integration. And at that moment, she talked about how she lost her love for school, her place of belonging. Yeah. She lost everything. Mm-hmm. What she once loved was no longer there. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, if integration was supposed to be such a good thing, let me look a little deeper into Brown versus the Board of Education. After doing research on Brown versus the Board of Education, I'm like, are you kidding me? There was a power struggle between the integrationists and the segregationists. And a lot of times we look at the segregationists by saying, you don't want, anyone going into school, but it was the integrationists who used Black children, Black lives, and Black families as pawns for political power. When they did that, they stripped everything away from Black children. These were adult decisions that were made and children thrown into danger. They stripped so much from these Black children. They lost their love for school. Bell Hooks talks about how she entered into the school and she was pretty much battling, trying to counter racist, oppressive stereotypes from teachers. How can you learn in toxic environments? There is no way you can learn that way. So from that moment, I began to say, it is time that I do something. We talk about what we're going to do, but what are we really going to do? Bell Hooks even talked about that in a video I saw. I needed to understand. She said, we talk about white supremacy, but what are we doing about it? We have to stop. We have to stop pointing the finger and saying, what are white people doing? But what are we doing? What are we doing about it? It's time that we do something. And so that moment became my transformative moment with Bell Hooks, because I needed to know why children are constantly being targeted in the public school system after 38,000 teachers were let go from teaching Black children in a nurturing environment. And that's pretty much where I am.
So glad, because that's one of the things I talked about in urban education is how many teachers lost their jobs. We often forget about that, how many Black teachers were displaced as a result. Atia.
I really appreciate that. A lot of that is reflected in my dissertation, so I super appreciate that. I'm right there with you. So my introduction to Bell Hooks, came about in community. I didn't go straight to a 4-year. I went to community college. I was a young parent. I had my first child at 15. And I also didn't understand education. I was active because I was active as a parent. I knew what it meant to get on the floor and do what I need to do to survive. And when I hit high school, I was out at rallies, Free Mumia Abu Jamal. You know, I participated in Mau Mau. And a lot of that was inspired by my aunt, Muja Shakir, who is now a professor at Tuskegee University. So I say that to say that it took some time for me to get there, right? But I positioned myself before I really understood on a granular level what Bell Hooks' ideology was in terms of her radicalization of social justice through engaged pedagogy, critical theory, and really the self-actualization and wellness element, and above all else, love. And I really appreciate how she talks about instilling love in your children, and through that they can meet any obstacle. And there's an exact quote for that, which am I on? Closer? Okay. So I was born into an Islamic family, and you know, I went to summer school at the Sister Clara Muhammad Church, right, not too far from here in Oakland. And I learned as much as I could about Islam, but I had plenty of questions as we talk about feminism. And I was fortunate to have a father who engaged me in critical discourse. We would go on these really long drives out to Point Reyes, and we would just talk about any and everything. Like, I could talk about guys, I could talk about our religion, I could really question things. And nothing was off limits. So I had and this was from I would say as early as I could remember. So I had that experience. I knew what it meant to challenge my thoughts, ask questions, and engage in a really intentional way. And to have that honored by an adult. So he would tell me stories that he would read in the Hadith. And if you don't know, that is a book of, some say allegory, but they're stories meant to guide you morally. And one of the things he said that really stood out to me was when faced with injustice. Can y'all hear me? He would say, when faced with injustice, do something about it. And if you can't do something about it, say something about it. And if you can't say something about it, at least feel bad. And for me, that was deep, because that was like, as Bell Hooks often talks about, bringing your body into the classroom, bringing your body with you. That's that mind, body, spirit connection that makes for a holistic approach and a way to understand the world around you and engage intentionally. And then there's my mother. And my mother was more of she was into metaphysics. So we had our crystals and our sage and our incense and harp music. And I went to a lot. She did belly dancing. I went to her classes. The culture in my house was rich, and my mom was very well traveled. So there was so much that I learned from her about spirituality. And for that, I'm eternally thankful. But that also strengthened me. So considering that I had my dad was an aeronautical engineer. My mom was this entrepreneurial spirit that just dove into anything with her heart and soul. And I felt like I had the best of both worlds. But what didn't occur in my household was we didn't have a lot of discourse around racial dynamics. And I can say that for me, that actually ended up working out just fine, because I grew up so young and free. My mom bought her first house with 4 kids after my parents divorced. We ran those streets on our bicycles. She didn't know we were going city to city and back before the lights and street lights were. We were city to city with that dollar and quarters going to the liquor store to survive for 8 hours. But I felt free, and I felt like this world was mine. I never had that chasm of I'm an outsider. I'm operating on someone else's time, so to speak. So in that way, I feel very fortunate. So when I got to high school and I'm like connecting with people who are just active, and I'm like, yeah, sure, let's go. Let's be about that. Let's rally. Let's create signs and do all of that. It was easy for me to do, because I felt like anything going on in the world out there, it wasn't because I wasn't enough. It had nothing to do with me. It had everything to do with the system that we need to change and that we need to create some resolve around. So I was strengthened and fortified by just having that love from my parents, and that that gave me the strength to move forward in spaces before I really knew the granular level of folks like Bell Hooks and what that all meant. It was innate to me. So I think that's a beautiful part of my existence that I celebrate to this day. And I'll share the quote that really touched me. If we give our children self-love, they will be able to deal with whatever life puts before them. And so I think about that. I'm a mother of 2 girls now, and I raised them as individuals before I even approach the topic of race and what that means and where does that position you, so that you can be the best you and you see yourself as whole and complete and an owner of this world that you live in, so that when you step out, wherever you step, it's 10 toes down and 1,000%, as we like to say in Oakland. So yeah, the teachings of Bell Hooks really helped solidify a lot for me in terms of what I experienced as a youth, and realizing that there are so many parts of that are integral to who I am. And it drew, I was able to connect, hey, I'm going back and I'm seeing these things. I highlighted things in my life that really made me who I am today, that I want to take forward and bring forward in my own leadership journey, and share that with others. So that was my experience with Bell Hooks.
Well, all right. Atia, you answered the next question too.
Oh, dang. I have another quote.
It's okay. This is a conversation. So I'm going to turn to Carlita. You have daughters.
Yes.
And so what theme or quote, is there anything fundamentally that is significant to your own experiences?
Yes, so I'll start with the quote and then I'll break it down. And it's a pretty long quote. Well, it's not too long, but we'll see. As a teacher, I recognize that students from marginalized groups enter classrooms within institutions where their voices have been neither heard nor welcome. Whether the students discuss facts, those which any of us might know, or personal experience, my pedagogy has been shaped to respond to this reality. If I do not wish to see these students use the authority of experience as a means of asserting voice, I cannot circumvent this possible misuse of power by bringing to the classroom pedagogical strategies that affirm their presence, their right to speak in multiple ways on diverse topics. This pedagogical strategy is rooted in the assumption that we all bring to the classroom experiential knowledge, that this knowledge can indeed enhance our learning experience. So this quote is so profound because as a mother, it is important for me to know that my children have a voice, especially in the classroom. It is also important to me to know that my children are the author of their own narratives. This practice allows confidence building or strengthening, critical thinking, self-reflection, problem solving techniques, and so forth. And it pretty much counters Paulo Freire, one of Bell Hooks' mentors, when he talks about the banking system, the banking concept of education. And I'd like to just say this little quote really quick from Paulo Freire. He states that education becomes an act of depositing in which the students are the depositories and the teacher is the depositor. Instead of communicating, the teacher issues communique and makes deposits which the students patiently receive, memorize, and repeat. This is the banking concept of education, in which the scope of action allowed to the students extends only as far as receiving, filing, and storing deposits. And the quote that I just read from Bell Hooks reminds me of a case study I literally did with my daughter. And I'm getting emotional behind this because this happened during a time of COVID. I sat back and watched her in not so much engaged over the computer. You know, they had all the students, you know, basically in front of a computer while the teacher just pretty much let them do whatever they were going to do. But there was no thought put into the type of work So I said, okay, I'm not going to sit back and see what's going on. It's time I do something. So with a conversation with Dr. Neka, she expressed to me how she homeschooled all of her children. And I said, you know what? Let me, dig deeper. She sent me her course. And I said, I'm going to do something about this. So I began to, lightweight go into the homeschooling situation with my daughter. But observing my daughter go through this, oh, let me go back because you don't know what I'm talking about. During the case study, I ended up with, I wanted to use a liberatory pedagogy. So I used hip hop pedagogy as this liberatory practice. So during this time, observing my daughter go through this culturally relevant, hip hop. What youngsters don't like hip hop. This culturally relevant pedagogical practice, it truly impacted her desire to really learn and also to engage in this study. I put together a lesson plan that was cross-curricular, with, of course, using hip hop to teach literature and social studies. The lesson plan not only had the cross-curricular, it was across of grade levels and age groups. In this experience, just pretty much did so much for me that it has become the foundation of my very own personal educational journey. But using hip hop pedagogy along with multiple learning strategies such as visual, audio, kinesthetic, so forth, it allowed my daughter to build upon pre-existing knowledge, to critically think, to reason, problem solve, engage, strengthen her confidence while centering herself in her own educational experience. This allowed my daughter the freedom to learn rather than receiving the depositing information, not only from her teachers, but also from me. So this is a reminder that those who say schools, specifically urban or public schools, are failing students, is far from the truth. You know why? Because schools do not educate students. Teachers do. They hold the responsibility to teach in the classroom and also at home. Thank you.
All right. So now we're talking about pedagogy, and yes, we homeschooled our kids. That's another conversation. So we're talking about pedagogy now. So I'm coming to Dr. Summers and Dr. Collins. You're both professors in the academy. What pedagogical, critically engaged pedagogical practices have you implemented in your classrooms, and how did your students respond? We'll start with Dr. Summers.
Okay, great. So we have to imagine the context of what Bell Hooks has called the white supremacist capitalist patriarchy. And I start from there every time I open my mouth in my classes. Yeah. So recognizing engaged pedagogy, which I think we've mentioned a little bit earlier. It's funny, again, the timing of this conference, this symposium. In my teaching statement, so when you get merit reviews and when you apply for jobs, you have to show what your teaching statement is in addition to your research statement. Yeah. And in my teaching statement, one of the first paragraphs I mentioned engaged pedagogy. Yes. And so that's why it's so funny to come and see you. It's not just because I went to college with Regine, it's actually because I have work that's related. But in thinking about implementing engaged pedagogy, it's really about the well-being of both the teacher, and yes. I won't just say professor, but the teacher and the student. And so there's an opportunity for this process of becoming and constantly becoming whatever it is that you can become. And so through this engaged pedagogy, you're able to actually connect with people. You're really asked to be vulnerable also with your students and learn at the same time as them. So you have to have a lot of openness. So I think oftentimes the way certain institutional spaces are structured is that they have expectations of what their outcomes.
Yes.
We are supposed to be able to identify on our syllabi what the student is supposed to learn by the end of the term?
Justice is one course I teach, consequences of incarceration, Black families and incarceration, and I teach undergraduate students and also graduate student, PhD student level students as well. And so what I try to do in the classroom is foster an environment for critical thinking. And I brought this book up with me because it's something that I actually truly value. This is Bell Hooks Teaching Critical Thinking, Practical Wisdom, right? And so I think of this as like a manual for how to have these conversations in 2024 that we've been talking about for
Yes.
many, many years before I was even. They want to be in positions to change policy. So how do I plant seeds to kind of humanize these statistics that they're going to be in positions of power to kind of shift, right? So that's what I think about a lot. I think I also reflect on like engaging with the students in that way as well. But often what I try to do is give them the opportunity to come up with innovative ideas to really, like I said, amplify these issues on their level. So how can they create, short 30-second clips to kind of highlight where we are historically from, enslavement before that to where we are now when we think about how many people, even in this room, have an incarcerated loved one or have an experience with someone that is dealing with that. And that's everyday life, right? These issues are not abstract. These are life and death issues for many people. And when we think about educators in the school systems, how many of those educators just need to be aware of the students and their household compositions? Like, where are they coming from? Like, what are they seeing on an everyday? What are their everyday experiences with seeing, like, for example, adverse police interactions? And how could that impact their ability to sit still in a classroom? And specifically when we think about early learning environments, right? Like children that are 2, 3 years old witnessing their parent arrested or witnessing just various kind of disruptions to their predictability in life, right? So now they're in a classroom and they're expected to sit for circle time and they're having struggles. And so all of this kind of yields to when we think about ways that disadvantaged communities are being kind of like pipelined into carceral systems. So we think about school to prison pipeline, preschool to prison pipeline, cradle to prison pipeline. The Children's Defense Fund is releasing that, right? We know that. There are children that are being born in prison, so even a womb to prison pipeline, right? So it gets really, really, really deep. And when you're in a classroom working with undergraduate students, graduate students, kind of just picking their brain, kind of opening up, planting the seeds. And for me, what's rewarding is when I do have students come back, like you mentioned, with the thank you cards, or just really kind of telling me that they really had no idea of what's going on outside of their little worlds, right? But how taking the class on race, crime, and justice, or taking the class on consequences of incarceration, Black families and incarceration, how that just kind of opened the door to their understanding of something new. And I think that, to me, well, for me, I know, gives me the motivation and, the strength and the self-care component to this work to keep going, to keep showing up for the students, and for me also to kind of listen to their perspective. So what do you know? What don't you know? And how can we work together to kind of mitigate some of the social problems that are continuing from the past and as we see now going into the future? So I think that's kind of where I am with things. And yeah, I think that's it.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
All of this is resonating with me. I love the digital justice component to the courses that you're teaching because we're in the digital age. So teaching the students how they can engage on social media, they can still actively engage in social justice using media. Karima, education as a practice of freedom offers space for students to bring their hearts, their minds, their bodies, their souls to the classroom. So my question for you is, how do these inclusive practices specifically benefit young women of color in navigating their educational journeys? Now, you're a Mills grad. I'm looking through the microphone. You're a Mills grad, two-time Mills grad. So talk to us.
Okay. Well, first, I want to paint a picture of what some of the early classrooms looked like for me, okay? So I come to the United States, 17 of us. We move into a one-bedroom in East Oakland. We lived there for about 3 years. Then we moved, just more of my immediate family. Now I got a room I'm sharing with my older siblings, but to give you an idea, I'm the 9th child of 10. Even though people tell me I give middle child energy, it's okay. I think it's a compliment, but that's my first classroom. It's my family. That's the first classroom where I'm learning those values that I spoke to earlier. The second classroom, third, fourth, fifth classrooms are kindergarten, Miss Rodriguez telling my mom that Cream was bright. She's really energetic. And, you know, Dr. Neka said I'm introverted. I am. If there wasn't a cloth there, you'd see my legs shaking. But besides that, it's also Mr. Sagawa in fifth grade who says Creama has an interest in math. It's Miss Merkel in middle school who picks up my journal and says, Creama can write. It's high school, Trevor Gardner and Michaela Rakes. Big shout out to them. If there's a recording of this, I'm going to send it to them. I think they'll be proud of me of that. But it's them saying, we see something in you. And I always felt different in the sense that from a very young age, I was very aware, very observant of my surroundings, of the communities, of the spaces I entered. Those are other classrooms that I had. And so what makes these classrooms, to Dr. Nika's question, what they are and how inclusive can they be? Well, first, it's providing the supportive learning environments that you give students. In every example that I gave, those were teachers who pulled me out of my shell and said, girl, you got something.
Yes.
There's something to you. And even I grew up, and at first gen, I'm the only one in my family that went to college. From seeing my older 8 siblings, and I'm trying to figure out how can I be like them, but also how can I do things just a little bit differently. And even if it's just understanding their journeys and the journey that has probably been written for me. The second point is role models and mentorships. Every single person I named, they were a role model. They're a mentorship. The reason I came to Mills is because I met a woman who told me about Mills in my junior year of high school. I've never heard of this place. I've lived in Oakland my whole life. And I never heard of it. So I make my way here, undergrad and grad school, and we're still connected. That mentor and I, she invites me to every gala, every fundraiser. And those are doors that would generally not be open to me. Like, I just want to set that those are doors and spaces that I could not otherwise enter without someone saying, come with me,
Yes.
or she's with me. And for that matter, it's the biggest push was probably in high school. One of the core values was critical thinking. And every year that you moved a level, you had to complete a project. Or I can't say you otherwise wouldn't go to the next level, but they kind of made it seem like you wouldn't go to the next level if you didn't complete the project. And so that forced me to think critically about the work that I produced, the communities that I entered, the space I was taking up space and the space that I was making space for my community. And so it was during those moments where I recognized that there's a lot of greatness in me, and it's because of the mentors that I had. It's because of the inclusive curriculum that my teachers shared. Facing History and Ourselves was my favorite course in high school, and I loved that course. I got to give Cory Booker an award once, and I thought that was just such an enriching moment for me to just say that I'm entering a space where I could have that conversation. And even though I'm a first gen and I had to learn things for the first time, I also had to unlearn a lot of stuff that I grew up from my first classroom. And it's no way to say that that first classroom wasn't the best. My parents were teaching me with the best that they had. But they could only meet me with what they had. And as an adult now, you know, like they're my parents, they're my friends in a way, but I think that they still can only meet me where they are. And that's perfectly okay, because the biggest thing they taught me was compassion, and it's having compassion that people will only meet you where you are. Someone said it earlier, the idea of not being enough or entering the spaces when you're not enough. I've had to learn the hard way that this is going to sound different in English. I promise it sounds better in Arabic. But you might not be enough for everyone, but you're enough for yourself.
That's right.
And that's all that matters. So every time I have faced a difficult moment where I'm like, dang, this project wasn't good, my work wasn't produced right, I'm not meant to be good enough for everyone, but I'm good enough for me. And I think that's what it is. And I get to college and I get to have my professor who just walked out, Dr. Chung, Dr. Lar, Carrie, I see you in the back. These are all women who just uplifted me. Every time I entered that classroom, Dr. Lar on Thanksgiving break said, if you don't have a table for Thanksgiving, you have one now. And she doesn't know that I remember that, but I look at those people that I have in my life, Carrie bringing us into the community, bringing partners into the classroom. I don't think that it's a single moment where I didn't experience inclusivity in the classroom, where I didn't experience critical thinking, or I didn't have great mentors as the ones that I mentioned. So I know I went a little off topic, but it's to bring this all in the full circle moment of that I see now as my role as a person, as a woman, as a Muslim woman, is loving who I am, because because of that and because of reading bell hooks, love is an endless act of forgiveness.
Yes.
I have deep compassion to forgive everyone because, you ever hear forgive them, but it's for yourself. It's real though. And it's real in the sense that when you do forgive people, you remove the burden off of your shoulder that you
Yes.
keep carrying, and forgive them because you don't know what they're going through. You don't
That's
know.
right.
And having to forgive people who might never apologize is one of the hardest things.
Yeah.
But it's having the compassion that they're only going to meet you where they are.
So I just met Karima yesterday, and I love Karima. So, Carlita and Atia, teaching to transgress reminds us that education should allow students to engage, and we've been talking about that in critical dialogue about ways to take action against power, the power of oppression. So, and you've been talking about it a little bit, but my question to you is, how do you believe engaged pedagogy can empower students to do this in today's social and educational landscape? Atia?
Okay, so engaged pedagogy, quite by its nature, is a liberatory practice. And I see it as a way out and also a way in. And so it's also an opportunity to remove the shackles of someone else's expectations. And we've all talked about shared learning environments, contextualizing, and ensuring that as we teach folks intimate things about ourselves, folks that don't look like us, how do we preface that or how do we present that so that we don't reinforce a stereotype? It's all tricky, but I think that the beauty of working in a space where we share the learning is that alleviates some of that pressure. So as an example, if we're working with students, and I love the digital, what did you call it, Dr. Nika, the digital activism?
Yes.
I think that's beautiful because, again, it's meeting our students where they're at.
Yes.
And I think when I imagine an education space that provides the psychological safety that students need to thrive and to innovate, I see that as a space that is that the onus of the information, because we do not practice the model that Paulo Freire talks about, where we are just, the banking method, we were just dumping into the children. It sort of presupposes, or the people, it sort of presupposes that they're not full enough and they can't bring something to their learning environment. So for me, it's critical that that space is one that is co-created. And if you do that, there's less pressure on you as a professor, a teacher, a community activist to feel like you have to stay on top of it all, because you're working right here in the moment with the folks who are on the ground, with the students who are learning, and they're showing you. If you pay attention, they'll show you a way in, right? So I think that that's critical, and that's why having a shared learning environment and breaking up those old hierarchical methods of teaching is imperative if we're going to move forward. And so that really is like what stands out to me the most, and how I think we can move the needle on the social activism is just creating a space where students can have some ownership. They can inform your pedagogical practice. They can inform you the curriculum. It can be social media. It might be hip hop pedagogy. Perhaps, you're writing an essay, but, how do you reflect on your favorite rapper, your favorite? That's okay. That is perfectly fine. What are the alternatives, methods, and paths home? Because there are so many paths home. And I think if we're open and if we engage students in a meaningful way, and we are always open to learning, because no one owns the knowledge, and we all are lifelong learners.
Yes.
And so just existing in that space, showing up, being vulnerable, as was mentioned earlier, is really license for students to say, hey, I'm going to show up. You create space for them to then show up and be their true and authentic self without the judgment, And I think that's probably, I would consider that one of the first steps to giving students the strength, the wherewithal, and the license to move the needle on social activism, because the ideas are there. So let's not assume that they need us to deposit all of those. The ideas are there. The methods are there.
their interests are there if we just ask and if we just avail ourselves to what lies before us in real time. And it reminds me of when I was at St. Mary's College, you know, I went in there for my master's organizational leadership, so to speak. And I was so surprised at a lot of the curriculum that we were exposed to. And one of the things that really stood out to me was this idea of experiential knowledge, because I often grew up, and Bell Hooks speaks to this too, right? We think that what is right and true is hard to read, well scripted, and super scientific, and that's not necessarily true. Our lived experience is about as scientific as you can get, because if you think about science, it's usually based on something that already happened, and they're trying to decide how they can influence or impact a different change moving forward. So it's always kind of a reach back, right? But if you present yourself and you live in the moment now is how you can, if you're active and if you're present in the moment, that's how you can mostly impact the future, right? That gives you that opportunity, as opposed to always reaching back. Presenting yourself now, using the past to illustrate a point, to empower you and to move forward is the key. So I think that if we're here in the now with our students, we allow them to inform us, whether that's students, whether that's community organizations, and we just keep our, we keep like like elephants do. Elephants can stand on one foot and they can feel what's going on for about 70-mile radius. When they stand on one foot, that's what they're doing. And I think that that's kind of the call to action for us, and just presenting ourselves and allowing our youth to show up, allowing our students to show up, and holding space for them and being vulnerable and allowing them to inform how we move forward. If they're given that, trust and believe that they will move in the right direction. I think that's kind of where I stand on that.
For me, I believe engaged pedagogy can empower students by giving them a voice and placing them at the center of their educational journey. I know I mentioned that before, but it is so important to center them, because for so long, Black students specifically have sat on the sideline in their educational journey. They're usually the object and not the subject. But for me, I feel most importantly, I think cultural identity and cultural consciousness should be embedded or integrated into the curriculum, and that's really what's going to empower them, because that will affirm exactly who they are. Once we do that, that creates the empowerment that they have been looking for, that they need. But I also believe that when we come to empowerment, we have to do something about what the public school system looks like. In 1954 was the Brown versus Board of Education, the ruling of the case. It is now 2024, 70 years later, and there are less Black teachers in the public education system than there were in 1954, 70 years ago. I believe that if there were more Black teachers in the public school system, Black students would be more engaged. Black students will feel more empowered because they have a teacher that can relate to them culturally. For instance, 80% or more teachers in the public school system are white. Some of them may not know what the culture of Black students, what their home life is like, anything that's going on with them even outside of home, because they're coming in with the power, the hierarchical power in the classroom. So you may have a student take a pen or pencil and tap against their hands. They're tapping in order to tap into their brain, or they're moving their legs in order to get their brain going. But then that's a distraction and disruption to those that do not understand that that could be or is a cultural way of a child learning, processing the information by tapping. Again, tapping and bouncing is tapping into the mind. And so there comes a time that we have to do something. We can't keep saying, oh, the kids will be okay, they'll be all right. How are they going to be okay? How are they going to be all right if they don't even see themselves in the classroom? So to me, we need liberatory pedagogy, and that's going to start with more Black educators in the public school system.
All right. Well, thank you both. So let's talk about intersectionality. We heard some of that conversation earlier. So Dr. Summers and Dr. Collins. We'll start with Dr. Summers again. How can educators integrate an intersectional approach into their teaching practices to create more inclusive and equitable learning environments?
You know, the tough thing about this format is that we have questions, and I want to respond to my panel and fellow panelists. Yeah, just really quickly, Carly, I appreciate what you were saying. It's personal in a lot of ways. One, in thinking about how I often have to share with my students that there was a difference between desegregation and integration, and had we actually accomplished desegregation and not necessarily the push towards integration, we would probably have more Black teachers still teaching our children. But secondly, I was thinking about it because actually my daughter, I just actually took her to a behavioral pediatrician, not because I thought anything was wrong with her, but because she is quote unquote disruptive, right? And she's had mostly white women teachers. She's 5'6" and 11 years old, and really smart as a whip. So all of the testing she's received through a behavioral pediatrician says that she's off the charts. But in the classroom, she's approaching grade level. And I knew better. You know, I knew better. I'm an educator. I know my child. So in thinking about how I've raised her to be critical, ways that I urge her to ask questions even when she's not supposed to. And that's actually why she's been disruptive. She's called out racism. She's called out misogyny. She has called out she's talked about patriarchy and capitalism, and they're uncomfortable and don't necessarily know how to respond. And so it's hard that's my baby. So I'm tired of going up to the school and having these conversations when I know it's not necessarily going to change, but then they start asking me to come in and talk about diversity and racism. And it's like, that's not my job right now. So anyway, but so thank you for those insights, because it does make me think about my own life and the way that I'm trying to raise my child, and the ways that I really encounter undergraduate students and graduate students too, where I see them, I see the ways that my colleagues are actually doing harmful work on campus, and I have to help them dial it back and again, open their minds to understand a different pathway. So one thing I did want to do was talk about engaged pedagogy as Bell Hooks discusses it, because I know we've mentioned it a few times. So she wrote that when education is the practice of freedom, students are not the only ones who are asked to share, to confess. Engaged pedagogy does not seek simply to empower students. Any classroom that employs a holistic model of learning will also be a place where teachers grow and are empowered by the process. And so we have to understand that definition of engaged pedagogy is not just teaching principles, but instead really this worldview that we're having to share with our students at the same time. And that's why it's not just the students who are paying to hear me talk, but also those who I encounter all over the place, right? And the learning that I pick up myself. So I'm going to actually skip over the intersectionality component, which in thinking about that question, I wasn't sure how to answer it. So I can go to the inclusive environment question, primarily because last year I was asked to give a keynote for Berkeley's Center for Learning Technologies, I think. And so it was called Engaged Pedagogy, actually. I called it Engaged Pedagogy. And so it's like, you can list the different ways to have an inclusive environment. And we've heard these before. Using inclusive language, diversifying course material, creating an inclusive syllabus, dealing with difficult situations, also continuous learning and training for instructors, seminars on transformative pedagogy for faculty, right? Those kinds of things. But oftentimes it makes me feel like an HR firm is going to teach us how to teach students rather than it being in practice. And so the ways that I think about inclusive teaching, or the way I try to enact it, is by doing it through research. And so I'll just tell you guys briefly about a project that I'm working on with the Moms for Housing organization in Oakland, where I was supposed to have like 3 students working with me, and now I have 12. And so it's mostly because, which is a lot. But I realized that part of my job is to teach them how to lead
Yes.
and teach them how to
Yes.
be in community, so that the moms of Moms for Housing are just so proud of them that they want to do more for them, right? And so it's through this project, so that it's called the Archive of Urban Futures, and we're thinking about Oakland as an archive of urban futures and looking at its past, present, and potential future. And it, again, started as us developing this archive, whether it be digital, thinking about ephemera, like archives, actual, like in the libraries, taking pictures, doing oral history interviews, but it evolved to become a film. And that was because of my students. They decided to do a film. They turned the oral history interviews into film, and they're doing B-roll, they're writing, they're doing all kinds of things, and I just give them the money. And so part of it, though, is structuring a conversation while allowing them to find their best selves through the process. And we're focused more on process than we are product. And that's what we
Yes.
want to show people, is how do we do this work? And so in that way, they're learning, how to apply for grants. They're learning, like, I introduce them to different people, hook up with this person, go to that place, take this picture, and then they find community in these different spaces. So the inclusive component isn't so much taking a class or a module that I have to fill out on harassment or whatever. It's more so having them come with me to West Oakland and be at Mom's house and have a conversation about eminent domain and learn so much from these amazing, intrepid women, while at the same time they're learning from my students the things that I actually am teaching in my classroom. So it's not formal, right? And that's where we're putting ourselves into the work. And the last thing I'll say is, a lot of this, again, also comes from, again, me growing up here. So growing up in East Oakland, my parents met working at Safeway in Rockridge, like the whole, I mean, seriously, true Oakland story. My daddy went to Fremont High. Like, it's just, I lived right over the hill on Allendale. And so part of this has been me reckoning with my relationship, my complicated relationship to Oakland. I hated Oakland when I was growing up because it was one of those places that I was told I could never leave, and I don't like being told I can't do something. And so it made me feel as though this space wasn't nurturing. It wasn't until I left and realized how much it loved me. And so me being now a geographer, I'm more focused on spatial relations and understanding the conditions that help us move through the world. And I'm seeing the ways that East Oakland has helped me move through the world and have a kind of passion for teaching that I may not have otherwise had. So I want us to draw on our own biographies to really determine how we can give those gifts and put them forward.
Okay. I'm sitting on the other side of the table just wanting to high five you for a lot of reasons. One, we need to talk more. I graduated from Fremont High, and we grew up in the same neighborhood. So
we probably know each other. We just didn't realize it.
I knew it was a reason I felt connected to you. Okay, all right, Dr. Collins. What are your thoughts? How might discourse around, we're going to skip over the intersectionality, enhance students' understanding of social issues? So just in what ways do you employ engage pedagogy in a way where, because you are talking about the prison system, you're talking about the reality that all of us know. I talked about it in urban education. There are a lot of things that people don't understand about what happens when someone re-enters, a formerly incarcerated person re-enters. We can't make assumptions about what students know. So just share whatever you like to share.
Well, I did think about the question.
Okay.
And it's really great that you mentioned what you just shared, because even what you just said is so intersectional when you think about that individual that you're talking about that's re-entering into society.
Yeah.
Thinking about that in also my research, but also my passion and concern about how we can talk about these issues in general, but research on populations that are very intersectional. And so lived experiences is so crucial. So I appreciate the work, and you're mentioning the Mom's Housing Project, because that's so important. Just even having students having access to folks and doing somewhat of ethnographic, methods, right? So sitting, doing observations, participating in their lives, really understanding what it means. And that's the only way you can really dive deeper into the complexities of understanding how incarceration impacts people, the person that is incarcerated and their families, their communities, the folks that are invested in child and well-being, folks that are invested in, mitigating social problems such as mass incarceration, inequality, poverty. These are all themes that are under the umbrella of intersectionality when we think about, the things that we're talking about, right? Inclusivity and equity and diversity. And so that's what I do in the classroom. That's the lens we come from. I showed various like short clips, YouTube videos, different things like to get their attention, right? They can grasp it. So one thing that I do show is you guys can look it up. It's called raising up in the system, or being raised in the system, something like that. But there's a point in the classroom where they're asked, how many of you guys have seen someone arrested? And these are, I think, second graders, and hands are going up. How many of you guys have an incarcerated parent in your home? Or have you, all the hands are going up, right? And they're looking around, these children are looking around, and these are conversations that they are not having in the classroom, but they didn't even realize like how many of their peers have the same experiences. And I think it's so powerful because when we think about stigma and shame, right? So that creates a lot of social isolation. So you have children that are being isolated, but then you have caregivers that are isolated as well, because we don't want to, who wants to talk about things that are hopeless and helpless, right? And so in the classroom, when I'm speaking with students, this is what we're diving into, right? These everyday lived experiences, thinking about it from the intersectional approach. So when you're thinking about a parent, for example, a Black mother, right? A Black mother that's been incarcerated, or a Black mother that has an incarcerated child, right? That's what we're seeing now, the intergenerational incarceration and the impact that it has on children and families. And that's what I focus on. And there's so much intersectionality in just that itself. Right? So breaking down all of those different components and having students think about the complexities of that, and how do we even solve issues when they're so complex. So it's not like you could just say, all right, I'm going to provide free food today, and that's going to, end all the nutrition situations that are going on for people that are experiencing poverty. No, like we need longitudinal change, right? Long-term support for families. And when we think about sentencing laws, like I know I'm going kind of, but it's going to connect the dots, right? When you think about how long people are getting sentenced, like that child, like for example, if a mother is being sentenced to 67 years, that's the primary caregiver, that child, in my opinion, should have 67 years of comprehensive care, right? From all the different institutions that are invested in children and well-being, so education systems, school institutions, right? But even from like a larger scale, when we think about these structural issues that are perpetuating these circumstances for families. So we dive into that from that approach when we think about intersectionality, ways to, through social justice and advocacy, address these issues from an intersectional perspective, right? How can you address an issue that has been going on? This is going right now. Someone's being arrested in front of their child, literally right now, right? So on the ground level, when we think about changes in policies, there are practical policies. How do we get police officers to consider reducing the amount of times they make arrests in front of children, right? So I pose those questions to students, like thinking about the policy implications from an intersectional perspective, right? Even visiting rights of children when they're going to visit their loved ones. Like, why are they experiencing trauma, right? Why are they being criminalized to go visit their loved one that's incarcerated? So when we think about how do we foster more family-friendly experiences for children that have incarcerated loved ones. And then when we think about families that are experiencing the court systems, right? So I'm walking you through the different stages of incarceration for families, right? From the arrest, the visits, now we're in courts, right? Trying to navigate systems that we have no idea what's going on. And we're thinking about intergenerational incarceration, right? So you have formerly incarcerated individuals in a court environment trying to support their incarcerated loved one, but also dealing with their own anxieties and illiteracies and just confusion in general. At the end of the day, all they want to do is see their loved one, right? So they're there for a visit, right? So when we think about family advocates in the court, the need for that, right? Also thinking about reentry and what kind of services, long-term services, longitudinal services are needed. So that's how I approach intersectionality in the context of race, crime, and justice in the different courses that I instruct.
Okay, another air 5. Oh, Lord. Okay. I'm trying to keep my composure. Okay. So, Karima, beyond classroom environments, how might freedom in education inspire students to contribute to broader societal change? Now, I know you've done some work in tech, particularly in relation to equity and justice, and we know that there are issues of equity in the tech space. So, but you can go in any direction you like.
Well, thank you for that question, especially with my background in tech, and it was in ed tech. So we sold software to these schools we called it to help redirect students to the classroom. Until, of course, I felt like it went against my values for a few reasons. When you start to monitor and surveil students, it starts to become a problem. And so, one, being a woman and then a woman of color in tech was an interesting space to be in.
Mm-hmm.
I recently heard someone say that every time she shared an idea, someone else would share it louder and everyone would clap. And she started saying, my ideas and words sound so good coming out of your mouth. So I'm going to start using that one next time someone steals your ideas or it comes out and it comes from someone else. But using education as a tool, at least to entice the next agents of change, that is our students, that is K through 12, that is higher education. I have 25 nieces and nephews, and I probably can't. That's a classroom full right there. So I can't probably teach all of them or try to hope to teach all of them. But my best bet is that change is already here for a good chunk of these students and these for at least my nieces and nephews. I have a 7-year-old. We're relatively close, so he calls me his bonus mom. I accidentally said whatever to him, and he looks at me and goes, "Moms don't say that to their kids." And he's right. He's absolutely right. So that's him teaching me now. So I am a student to his experiences. That is providing him the space to think critically of how an adult should be responding to a student, nonetheless a second grader. And so with that, it provides a deeper level of thinking in the approach that we use in classrooms, whether it's bringing in culturally aware curriculum, whether it's bringing in community leaders into the classrooms to give a lecture, to give a conversation to the students. I had a teacher not call classrooms classrooms. She called them learning rooms.
Yeah.
And I always appreciated that. Where are you going? I'm going to this learning room. We called them learning rooms for a reason, because that's what we're supposed to do in them. Yeah. We are supposed to learn. And Dr. Davis said earlier, that's a space to get uncomfortable.
Yes.
I hope we always remain uncomfortable in that space. I hope in every classroom we enter, we remain uncomfortable and we're open to having those uncomfortable conversations, because these students, as we spoke to earlier, what we're witnessing digital-wise, either digital activism, witnessing a digital genocide, if you will. These students are not afraid to tell you what's on their mind, and I will always encourage that. And I think the implications of what education as a tool for later on, once you're leaving post-graduation, post-high school, whatever education realm that you entered, once you leave that, it is a moment of just carrying empathy in the leadership development way. So you're getting involved with community organizations, you're joining perhaps ways to get more involved in political events, you're gaining confidence to join in organizing and gain confidence in joining activism and being more confident in your activism. So those are ways and the implications of how education as a tool puts you in that path. I always say freedom is a state of mind. And my nephew's like, what does that even mean? It's an older nephew. And it's true, freedom is a state of mind to me, and it can be my definition. But I think that using education as a tool, because mind you, I'm the 9th of 10, I only had my education. That's all I had to control. That's all I could control from K to 12. And that was the only way that I felt powerful, was in those classrooms, having those conversations. So when I graduated and I'm entering spaces now in tech where it's predominantly white men in sales or in leadership positions, and they're controlling the conversation, that was a moment for me to step up and say, I might not have the brightest idea, but I got an idea. I have an idea.
Yes.
And I want you to hear the idea. And it might not work.
Yeah.
This might not sell, but if it comes out of someone else's mouth, My words sound good coming out of your mouth.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. We're actually going to stop now and open up for Q&A. So we're going to spend the last few minutes. Do we have microphones, or do we need to? Yeah, you can take mine. All right. Let me.
I actually have a question. Thank you so much. This was so rich. Again, I feel like we could be here all day. I I'm thinking about what Bell Hooks says about in teaching to transgress about joy in the classroom, right? And she talks about how infrequently in the higher ed context do we think about joy and pleasure. And I noticed this as a parent, right? So I noticed that like the older my kids have gotten, the more fun has been removed from the classroom. And so Patrice, I'm thinking particularly about you and the work that you did as a preschool teacher. And Bell Hooks does say we have a lot to learn from those early educators. I'm wondering from all of you or from anyone that wants to answer, but how does this question of joy come up for you in the classroom?
I miss the children very much, so thank you. I have nieces and nephews too. But they're young and I love them. Joy in the classroom. So I think for me, when I'm talking to a blank, well, think about 19 to 21-year-olds, right? It's a blank stare most of the time. So when I get a nod, or when I see the eyes open more, or they're just like really, undivided attention, right? Not on their phones, not on their laptops. I really experience joy because I'm thinking like, wow, okay, y'all showed up today, y'all listening, that's great. All right. And then when I have those moments of silence and I know they're really thinking, I just give them the space to think. So I may pose a question. So, well, I get questions all the time, like, what do we do about this? How do I solve the problems? And I describe it like this. I'll just say what I say to students. If you go to the beach, right, you see sand everywhere. If you grab some sand and you let it all fall out, there may be 1 or 2 grains in your hand, right? So think about that when you think about social problems that you may want to address. They're so large, there's so many, right? It's 2024, there's so many things we could do. But what is one little grain that gives you passion, that you want to do, that you want to focus on, right? And that's what I do in the classroom. And when they can come up with those ideas for their final projects, that is a joy for me to see how they were able to take race, crime, and justice, 3 huge topics, and narrow down something to put together a final project about. And I do experience those little glimpses of joy in those moments in the classroom.
Can I just respond to that really quickly? So I think that's a great point about like us finding joy. 'Cause
Yeah.
sometimes, but for my undergraduates, I tend to use art to bring about forms of joy, and not only in showing it to them on the big screen when I do my slides, but also a lot of my assignments require them to go out and take pictures and analyze them, or to draw, or to be at home and do something that's artistic and bring it in. And so I'm allowing them to, I guess creativity is the way that I have them use joy, or at least cultivate it. Not necessarily, I know I didn't like talking in class when I was an undergrad. I didn't feel comfortable. And so a lot of students still don't. And I don't want to have punitive measures because that's, they want to participate in different ways. But with my graduate students, I had the incredible pleasure of having all women of color in my Black Geographies graduate course last semester. It was the best class I've ever taught, and more so because the joy we centered joy, because so much of what we read together was hard and painful. So we made sure to have a potluck, or like bring snacks, or bring things to each other. So at the end, we kind of had a huge potluck, and I always bring alcohol, like just usually Prosecco or something. But just for us to be able to spend time, break bread, and then talk about their final projects. So they get to do it in a space that's more comforting, loving, And from that, we've established a writing group. They come to my house every 2 weeks, and we sit in my backyard with my cats or with my kid. And we've really kind of come and build community. And so from that, it's a joyful experience that we can write together, that we have this long-term relationship, regardless of whether I'm there. And actually, there's only one geography student. The rest of the 10 are from different parts on campus. There's engineers. I mean, mind you, they're taking a Black geographies course, so this kind of blows my mind. Anthropologists, medical anthropologists, like I have PhD students from all over campus coming into this space looking for home. So it's been really beautiful to bring joy by inviting them into my home, but then to also cultivate home, I guess, in the classroom too.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly. I am so inspired by all of you. Thank you so much for all of your contributions to our time today. I want to give a little bit of context before I give my question. I was a teacher for 7 years, and I had the privilege to have a principal that allowed me to create my own curriculum. And I created a radical curriculum in ethnic studies. I taught it for about 4 years, and I really appreciated the space that my principal gave me to put in my own materials. I was a high school teacher for those 7 years. And so I taught from 9th grade all the way to senior year. And I found it so inspiring to be able to talk to my students and to make them uncomfortable and to allow them to have space and discourse around things that are really heavy. And I always related it back to our Bay Area community. The thing is that through those 7 years, I also coached teachers and I talked to them. And one thing that still weighs heavy on my heart is the inability to keep teachers in classrooms. The burnout, the disillusionment that teachers face, the continuous struggle against systems and structures that do not allow them to really teach the real discourse, to teach them how to interact with parents that don't like your curriculum, like I did with some white parents that did not like what I was teaching. And how do we continue to help cultivate resilience within our teacher community? I'm lucky to work for the School of Education. We're relaunching our programs and we're hoping to initiate the new generation of teachers. And I want to be there as a support for them and to continue helping them through that process so they can stay teachers, specifically in our communities. So, was my question clear? Thank you for listening.
While I'm not a professor or faculty, I think we're all teachers, we're all educators. And working at Blaney College, I know that the faculty there have something called academic freedom, and they're allowed to tweak and recreate their curriculum, and they have a lot of say-so over it. But also to your point, what tends to occur is we develop this echo chamber. We have certain committees that folks contribute to in terms of how we structure the school, policies and things of that nature. And we get the same folks showing up to those committees. We get the same volunteers. So again, that's that echo chamber. So as I listen to you, and I just want to say I was talking to a dear friend of mine, Roger Porter, who's an ethics English faculty, and he said something to me that was quite interesting. He said, one semester we started out, I was like, I just fresh. I think this was right after the pandemic, first class, I think in person. And he said, I want to have you guys write for me how you think this class should run. It was something super open-ended like that, right? And all of the students just kind of like, what do you mean? So what do you mean? Like, how do I answer that question? And so I think what we found most interesting about that was that a lot of our students weren't actually prepared to think critically about their curriculum, about the ways that they learn. And that was not something that was innate. That was something that was sort of taught to them through the academic system. So I think when I think of like changing that or radicalizing that, and we started, I myself was on the Institutional Effectiveness Committee and a few other committees, and I went out to my counterparts that looked like me, quite frankly, to diversify thought and voice in those committees and said, hey, you need to activate. But if nothing else, I think we just remain persistent because a lot of ideas, I'm often the one in the room and I'll have an idea, and I'm chill, and I'll have an idea and then someone will repeat my idea and it'll sound a lot nicer or it will get, more attention. It happens so often. But I think what I do is remain consistent and I still try to bring diversified thought into those spaces, encourage folks to come in. And I know that the walk is tough, but I think if we just stick at it, because there's that whole normative ideology that we're battling against, and folks, there's the cognitive dissonance, there's the just discomfort that folks don't want to sit in order to move to the next level, so they'll gaslight you. But I think that what you're talking about is critical, and there probably isn't an easy answer to that, unless I'm open. Folks on the stage might have some enlightenment. But we do it anyway, we just keep going. And eventually things change and things turn over and more people come to the table. And so I can really relate to that question in terms of just trying to change the dynamic and the structure and what challenges come out of that. And that sometimes you don't feel supported or seen or heard. But and then the people who do see and hear you are sometimes oppositional to your ideas. But we just keep at it. I know that I do. And yeah, invite anyone else to share any other ideas. But yeah, I think it's beautiful to just remain consistent. Remain consistent and don't let up. Just don't give up.
Really quickly. So I think actually the conversation this morning spoke to it about what a Black feminist classroom looks like. And I think that the building community part would be the best way to address that issue. And so part of that is, I'm not sure what role you serve in terms of because we can go into why teaching now is an individualizing field, right? It's not community-based. It's not community-focused. Even the collection of teachers aren't seen as part of a community and partner. They're not in partnership with their other teachers, right? And so they have to fight oftentimes, whether it's parents, administrators, the kids themselves, not enough resources for all of these students with special needs. And so they're not actually getting what they need. And that actually varies public school versus charter versus public, and we already see the charterization of our city here. So really building community or structuring programs that actually feed the teachers, that aren't about teaching them the curriculum or how to enact a curriculum, but instead feeding them. What do you need? How do you feel nurtured and loved? And then you can go and do this work that you love, because they gotta love the work, or they you gotta love the kids, you gotta love what you're doing or what you have capabilities to do, but you still have to find ways to, again, not the formal retreat, not the HR type thing, but instead asking them, what do you need beyond resources to feel nurtured, to feel empowered. I actually don't like that word, to feel compassionate and feel compassion for your fellow teachers. But community, honestly, is that first step in building that Black feminist classroom.
Can I add a little to that? I love that, because you reminded me that they're in that same vein, along with what I was talking about Laney College, that they did actually form, there's a group of Black faculty that meet, and they actually, and I used to be a classified employee, so they faculty is they're classified roles, but administrators are not, and so we're sort of beholden to what, the executive cabinet wants us to do, like it, whether you like it or not. And I had just sort of crossed that threshold with a promotion, and I was going in there to try to network, and as soon as I walked in, everybody looked at me like, why are you here? This is our safe space. You can, and I'm like, you guys, I'm your girl. It's me. It's Atia. And I just had a faculty texting me well, really, this is for Black faculty only. This is administrators are not allowed in this space. Whether you're going to be pro us or not, if we have an idea and the president of the college wants you to go left, we want to go right, you're going to come and weasel that idea right through our little alleyway if you find that that's going to help you get where you need to go, because you have to. So they were plausible deniability, you're not going to be involved, and we're going to maintain our autonomy and that safe space. So I love what Dr. Summer says about creating community around that, because that's exactly what they did at Laney College, and a lot of great things came out of that, which we don't have all day to go into that, but yeah.
I think we have time for one more question, if anybody has one.
Hi everyone. My name is Mim Shihar. Hopefully my question is not off topic. This is a little personal. I've been thinking about this a lot. I do have other questions that I can find answers to. I think a lot. When someone told me about this symposium happening, I was really happy, and I just wanted to share that first. So I'm just thinking about education under capitalism because I'm an international student visa, and education is so expensive, especially in the United States. So I want to be a teacher in the future, and I do want to believe. No, I sincerely believe that it could be a tool to fight against oppressions and the practice of freedom. But in order for that to happen, we should afford it, and it has to be accessible to everyone. For me to be here, some of my friends would call of work to be here. So to call of work, they should have uh, the privilege to call of work. You know, we still pay rent, and then we need money for food and everything. So my point is, formal or informal, education is still so expensive, and it makes me feel very sad. So the question is, how hopeful do you think it is that this could change in the future, and what could we do about it? Thank you.
I'd like to answer that question. How hopeful? As I stated earlier, it's 70 years that we're still fighting against oppressive systems. And because you talk about capitalism, isn't it ironic that we spend all this money towards education, and then once we have all these degrees, there's circumstances. Either we can't even get into the field of education after even having degrees in education, or the pay is little to nothing. So, how hopeful? I mean, I feel like that we can't wait for anyone else to do anything for us. We have to begin to create these institutions for ourselves. Like, for instance, with myself, many degrees, applying for certain positions within the universe at the university level, within the the K through 12 system, and I even applied for like a low level position, and within 10 minutes after submitting the application, it comes back, oh no, we're sorry, we don't have anyone, you can't fill, I mean, we've already filled this position. And so with me personally, if I'm being told no, I'm going to go out and do something myself. So being myself, I'm in the position of creating my own institutions and putting set forth my own curriculum that is liberatory. And for those that plan on joining me, that's the freedom that they have as well. But I think if we're getting told no or not yet, whatnot, then we need to stop and just start focusing on self and focusing on what we need to do. It's about what we need to do, especially for the children.
I was just thinking, just because you mentioned you're a student, so I was heavily engaged in student government. I mean, you have to think about these things from like a strategy, I guess, policy perspective, right? So you're talking about finances and how much it costs to get education. Like there are people that make those decisions, right? So this is kind of where social justice advocacy efforts could be engaged, thinking about community, thinking about building relationships. So maybe tapping into what or who are the students that are engaged in these conversations, engaged in policy changes at the university level, if you're specifically to your situation and your peers. I would just offer that as like something you can do on a practical level. There's a quote like, you have to be the change you want to see, right? So thinking about that as well, like what do you want to see in your lifetime, and making sure that you have the hope, you find a way to have that intrinsic motivation to keep going despite the no's, right? Despite the rejections, but building community, building support. So you may not see it during your time at the university, but maybe for the next student that's coming up, at least you paved a little bit of difference so they don't have to go through the same struggle. So that's something that I think I could offer, being a graduate student a couple years ago and being engaged in simple things such as like equity issues, belonging issues, right? For students of color, Black students specifically at white institutions, like how do we have identity and voices that matter too at the table? So thinking about, you know, the intersectionality of students and things that they're going through as it pertains to like basic needs and living, right? There are ways to engage administrators to consider some of the things that are impacting students, especially when we're thinking about the Village Belonging Initiative at Northeastern, right? So just really tapping into different initiatives that are centered around belonging and equity and inclusion for various students and their needs. And I think that could be something you can take as a practical step towards, you know, the end goal that you're looking towards.
Okay, well, that is all. We have to stay on the clock. So thank you all so much for joining, being a part of this roundtable discussion. And thank you all for joining us and engaging in this conversation. And I think this, I don't know, hopefully this will happen again next year. So let's give them
Thank you. Thank you so much for that wonderful panel and for all of the efforts that were put into curating this amazing group of people. It's really wonderful. Thank you. Okay, I want to say more, but I'm going to stop myself because I really want everyone to have a break. And so we had planned on a 30-minute break that would have gone from 3 to 3:30. So why don't we just say we'll have it go from 3 to 3:40 instead, since it's 3:10 and we take seriously that need for us to move our bodies, to eat something, drink something, chat with someone different from the person you're sitting next to. We'll rearrange the stage, and then we have a big treat. We're coming back, and our colleague from here on this campus, Patricia Powell, is going to lead us in a workshop, which we're very excited about. So please return at 3:40. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I forgot one thing. I was supposed to do this at the beginning of the day, but it seems people have figured it out. But if you go over there, there's a table right there, and this is a table that we really use as a space of offering for people to write what Bell Hooks legacy means to them. And this is a practice that we have been doing since the first time we had the Bell Hooks Symposium in 2022, when her death was very, very fresh. So we invite you to please take time to do that before you leave today. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Our numbers are diminishing. I know all the live stream people are still there in full effect, but okay, one thing I forgot to do, but we're going to have to take new numbers if people have left, is announce the winners of the raffle. We have 820. Are you here? 820? No? Okay. 824? Okay, how about this? Does anyone who you're 8, okay, I was gonna say, you're 840, 841. Does anyone who's left in the room, did you participate in the raffle? No, here's what we're gonna do. I know, I just feel like we should just give it to random people who are here. That's right, you get one, that's right. There we go, 1, 2, 3, go ahead, keep your hands up, 4, 5. Oh, sorry, okay. VP Barrymore is telling me that I can't just do it that way. Okay, at the end of the day, if nobody has come back, we'll redistribute. All right, well, I'm looking for my colleague, Patricia Powell, who is leading this next session. She's definitely here. So as we continue to say that if you would like to, we're trying not to, one of the reasons why we don't read people's full bios is also because I always say we try for the symposium to be in the spirit of bell hooks. And so if you know anything about bell hooks, you might know that, yeah, she was born Gloria Jean Watkins. She took the name bell hooks to honor her grandmother, and that she purposely always left it lowercase because she wanted to show, first of all, honor her grandmother, to say that she's not, you know, of the same kind of stature, but also to take away that sense of hierarchy or power and importance that people give to names, right? And so one of the reasons why we don't read the full bio is because similarly, we're like, you know, it doesn't really matter. I could tell you all of Patrice Collins' degrees and all the things that she's done and how brilliant she is and all the awards and articles she's written, or I could just let you hear her, you know, and let that be what stands as the testimony, yes, I'm talking about you, Patrice, to her work. And so, so I won't say much about my colleague, Pat Powell, but Pat Powell is another one of those people for me that is like a Mills kind of soft spot person, because Pat and I knew each other years ago when I was a graduate school student at Harvard, and she was there at Harvard in fellowship. And I remember her reading from her book, The Pagoda, which had come out, I think I started grad school in 2000, it had come out in 1999. So she's written 4 novels, and she's also a professor here, and she directed the creative writing program for many years. There she is. Originally from Jamaica. And like I said, I'm not gonna read all the things, but I will say this, that I'm really excited about Pat, what Pat is about to do for us in this workshop, because Pat has moved into, since we knew each other all those years ago, has moved into a new direction in her work, which is doing these healing workshops and really thinking about healing as a practice. And so this session, which has a really beautiful title that now I'm not seeing. It's love, yeah, it's like, I know, it should be right here. A Pedagogy of Hope was my title, but Pat's title is even better. And it's something about love, but we'll just let Pat tell us. A love ritual, oh, thank you. A love ritual for bell hooks. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you for being here. Yes. Hi, everybody. I'd love you to come a little closer. So all of you up top, please come and get close, and because you'll be doing some sharing at the end, and so I'd love you to have each other close by. Yeah, just jump over. Greetings, everybody. I'm really happy to see you. I'm really happy you're here. Joining me in this love ritual for bell hooks. And what is a love ritual? It's pretty much what we've been doing since Belle passed away. We have been celebrating her and her work. And this is just another way of being with her spirit and her words and the impact her work has had on our lives as we navigate the classroom and as we navigate the world. And in this ritual, we also offer her a little gift in return for all the ways that she's challenged us to imagine a bolder future, to foster a practice of love in everyday life, so that eventually we can transform our culture into one where love, as she says, transform our culture into one where love's sacred presence can be felt everywhere. So I'll walk us through the stages. I'm Patricia Powell. I'm a novelist and a healer and a professor of English here at Mills. And I want to start first by just bringing us into coherence with each other and with the work that we're going to do together. So I'm going to start with an exercise that brings us slowly into and through the body so that we come into alignment. So, it's nice to see all of you. So just take a minute to put everything away, you know, your conversations, your worries, your preoccupations, and just bring your awareness here. Yeah. You may close your eyes, as sometimes it helps us to go inward. And I'll lead us through a few breaths, and then I'll lead us through the body. So take a deep breath. And take another one. And this time on the exhale, make a sound, a big sound. You can roar if you want to. I'm giving you permission to growl. The exhale and the sound we make help us to release whatever we might be holding. So another breath and another loud exhale. I think Belle would approve of this. Another breath and another deep exhale, loud exhale. Wow, I love how that sounds. Another one. One more. Beautiful. So bring your awareness to your feet on the floor. And wiggle your toes. Rock your heels back and forth until you can really feel your feet. And then I want you to invite them to grow deep roots into the ground, connecting with the root matter, like all the trees on the Mills campus. And all the trees in Oakland. And all the trees in California. Feel your rootedness to the earth and your connectedness to this land. Bring your awareness to your ankles. Breathe into them. Thank them for helping you to walk. Breathe into your calves. Into your knees. Into your thighs. Into your hips. Into your buttocks. Into your genitals. into your belly. Breathe into your heart. And thank your heart for being so precious, so loving, so accepting, so forgiving. Breathe into your heart. Breathe into your throat. Breathe into your face, relaxing your face, your jaw, your eyes. Breathe into your forehead. Your crown. The back of your head. Back of your neck. Breathe into your shoulders where we carry so much tension. Tell your shoulders it's okay. They can relax now. Breathe into your arms. Your elbows. Your hands. Your fingers. We need these hands to write all our papers and carry out our experiments. And we need these arms to keep hugging each other. Breathe into your spine. Travel with it from the back of your neck all the way down into your buttocks. Breathe into your spine. Bring your awareness to your hips, your knees, and again to your feet. Take one last deep breath. And when you're ready, we can open your eyes. So I was introduced to bell hooks in college in my Black Studies class, and we read Teaching to Transgress, which was so phenomenal to me at the time, especially coming from a culture where teachers pontificated and students listened and never spoke. And she talked about teaching in a way that respects and cares for the soul. I mean, who talks about the soul in the academy? And she talked about the classroom community as if she were talking about the beloved community. She talked about our capacity to generate excitement and how that capacity is affected by our interest in each other, in hearing one another's voice, in recognizing the presence of the other. There was something akin to holiness that she was bringing into her classroom. She was talking about empowerment and about vulnerability. Like she was encouraging the teachers to be vulnerable because it would encourage us to take even deeper risks. She talked about education as a vocation rooted in hopefulness. Years later, when I picked up bell hooks on my own, I was very drawn to her books on love. I was drawn to this academic who wrote about heartbreak and drowning in grief and longing for love. She said she talked about it so much her friends would say, "Girl, you need to see a therapist." But here she was saying that love was profoundly political. And this quote stood out to me, you know, that our deepest revolution will come when we understand this truth. Only love can give us the strength to go forward in the midst of heartbreak and misery. Only love can give us the power to reconcile, to redeem, the power to renew weary spirits and save lost souls. The transformative power of love is the foundation of all meaningful social change. Without love, our lives are without meaning. Love is the heart of the matter. When all else falls away, love sustains. And to me, this was all deeply inspiring. And as I started to teach, I also started to think about how to bring this practice of love into the classroom, this practice of freedom. And this didn't mean that we didn't stir each other, or we didn't create trouble, or we didn't challenge each other, but how to also create this foundation of love. And she says, without love, our efforts to liberate ourselves are doomed. Without love at the center of our struggles for liberation, we will not be able to turn away from domination. And so I started to think about, how do I love them, my students? How do I help them to deepen in their own capacity for love, for themselves and for our world? How do I love them into helping them to envision even a different world? How do I create a learning environment that invites the heart as well as the intellect to be present? Because true change only comes when the heart is fully engaged, when the heart is at the center and shares equal space with our intellectual ideas and our will to carry out our ideas. The academy is not paradise, she says, but learning is a place where paradise can be created. So I want to ask you now to turn to your neighbor and tell them of the way you bring love and soul nourishment into your classroom or into your work environment? And if you hadn't been thinking about it in that way, how can you reframe it now so the intention is clear? And Belle's definition of love is, she says it includes various ingredients of care, of affection, of recognition, of respect, of commitment, of trust, of honesty, of open communication. How do you bring love and respect and soul nurturance into your engagements with your colleagues, with your students? So, get close. I see two people who are not with each other, so please get with someone and share. How do you bring love and soul nourishment into your engagement? So 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Make sure everyone shares. Doesn't it feel great to talk about love? You're all shiny and laughing. So I'll wait. I'll wait for the last few shares before we start again. So bring yourselves back to yourselves. And if you like, you can close your eyes again. And bring your awareness to your heart. This precious space of loving. And I'm going to share with you some of Belle's words about love and experience this as a love blessing or a shower of love. So just close your eyes so you can receive. The moment we choose to love, we choose to move against fear, against alienation and separation. The moment we choose to love, we choose to move against fear. The choice to love is a choice to connect and to find ourselves in the other. The moment we choose to love, we begin to move toward freedom. When we drop fear, we can draw nearer to people. We can draw nearer to the earth. We can draw nearer to all the heavenly creatures that surround us. You must have courage to love. You have to have a profound will to do what is right to love. And it does not come easy. Love is about what we do, not just what we feel. It's a verb. When we work with love, we renew the spirit. That renewal is an act of self-love. It nurtures our growth. The practice of love is the most powerful antidote to the politics of domination. In an ideal world, we would all learn in childhood to love ourselves. We would grow, being secure in our worth and value, spreading love wherever we went, letting our light shine. We did not learn self-love in our youth, but there is still hope. The light of love is always in us, no matter how cold the flame. It is always present, waiting for the spark to ignite, waiting for the heart to awaken and call us back to the first memory of being the life force inside a dark place, waiting to be born, waiting to see the light. The light of love is always in us, no matter how cold the flame. It is always present, waiting for the spark to ignite, waiting for the heart to awaken and call us back to the first memory of being the life force inside a dark place, waiting to be born, waiting to see the light. To give ourselves love, to love blackness, is to restore the true meaning of freedom, hope, and possibility in all our lives. To give ourselves love, to love blackness, is to restore the true meaning of freedom, hope, and possibility in all our lives. To truly love, we must mix various ingredients: care, affection, recognition, respect, commitment, responsibility, trust, honesty, and open communication. To truly love, we must mix various ingredients: care, affection, recognition, respect, commitment, responsibility, trust, honesty, open communication. For me, forgiveness and compassion are always linked. How do we hold people accountable for wrongdoing and at the same time remain in touch with their humanity enough to believe in their capacity to be transformed? How do we hold people accountable for wrongdoing and yet remain in touch with their humanity enough to believe in their capacity to be transformed? You must have courage to love. You have to have a profound will to do what is right to love. And it does not come easy. When we work with love, we renew the spirit. That renewal is an act of self-love. It nurtures our growth. All love relationships flourish when there is sustained commitment. Constancy in the midst of change strengthens bonds in both romantic relationships and friendships. Constancy in the midst of change strengthens bonds in both romantic relationships and friendships. Nothing can keep us from love if we dare to seek it and to treasure what we find. Even when we cannot change ongoing exploitation and domination, love gives life meaning, purpose, direction. Doing the work of love, we ensure our survival and our triumph over the forces of evil and destruction. Love is our hope and our salvation. I want there to be a place in the world where people can engage in one another's differences in a way that is redemptive, in a way that is full of hope and possibility. Not this, in order to love you, I must make you something else. That's what domination is all about. That in order to be close to you, I must possess you, remake you, recast you. No, I want there to be a place in the world where people can engage in one another's differences in a way that is redemptive, full of hope and possibility. One of the most vital ways we can sustain ourselves is by building communities of resistance, places where we know we're not alone. True resistance begins with people confronting pain and wanting to do something to change it. Beloved community is formed not by the eradication of difference, but by its affirmation. By each of us claiming the identities and cultural legacies that shape who we are and how we live in the world. The moment we choose to love, we begin to move toward freedom. So now, I'd like you to give a gift to Belle. You can decide what that gift is. And I know she's present here with us. So I invite you all to give her a gift. To show your gratitude for all she has done for us in transforming our ideas, our classrooms, our worlds. Okay. Thank you for our time together. And there's some microphones if anybody would like to share their experience, or we have, it's early, we have time.
Thank you so much for that experience, Pat. When we had our symposium in Boston last month, Dr. A.K. Wright, who's our inaugural Black Feminist Studies postdoctoral fellow, led us in an activity like this at the beginning. It was much shorter though, so it wasn't a full session. And I love doing it, and I love that yours was much longer, because so often we don't think about how our bodies are showing up in a space. I think the Academy is a place that encourages us to be disjointed and fragmented and not integrated. And the wisdom of Black feminist healer, teacher, scholars, intellectuals for centuries has been resisting that, right? So even if we think about Audre Lorde and the fact that she wrote the cancer journals, or we think about, the teaching of bell hooks encouraging us to think about the body, we think about Adrienne Marie Brown, so even some of these more recent Black feminists. And I'm just so grateful that we are in a space where we have someone who is expertly able to lead us through such an experience. So I know for me, I'm not someone for whom stillness comes very easily. But I was, told by God that I have to focus on stillness in 2024. So this was a good reminder for me. So this is just words of appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you, friend. I really appreciate ritual, the word ritual coming in, and healing coming in alongside words about pedagogy. It brings together really important worlds for me, and a fearlessness that some folks like bell hooks have about not being shy, about carrying medicine and where it comes from, and acknowledging art and writers who speak openly about ritual as a part of art, and ancestors and tradition and carrying medicine and thinking as, although it's very privileged, I still have the ideal of it as medicine. And at the best times, it's when we do it different. Form, genre, and and then so back to pedagogy. There's a lot of ways to teach. And back to questions that were brought up, I'm getting burned out in this system and this, but there's a lot of systems. There's a lot of ways to educate. And anyway, from my tradition or traditions, I'm a drum carrier. There's a ritual of that. There's a movement. There's creation together. It's collaborative. And so I just really want to thank you for helping me to apply the theorist, right, bell hooks, and the artist bell hooks, and mix it up, and remember that we apply, and then there's all these ways that we're teachers that we can still go back to these texts, man, and apply them outside of that one classroom, because the whole dang world is that classroom potentially, and every single relation that we have is a potential classroom, and it's not top down. It's not top down. It's not I'm the teacher and you're gonna this do and I'm gonna. Sure, sometimes I get palabra. Sometimes it comes through. You get the word, but the person at the other side of the drum gets the word too. My gosh. So just thank you, and encouraging folks to not be shy about knowing dang well that the places where you're cracking open, that's your teaching. That's your circle. That's that place to, and take these words, these gifts from all the best of the best teachers and writers and artists, and mix it up. Go apply it to something that has never been applied to before. Because if you mix it up, you'll break open and you'll find something new. Thank you so much for bringing all that for me. So that's my report back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And if you want, I'll ask you a question about that. How do we do that? How do we sustain that? How do we remind ourselves to mix it up and try on something different, and also recognize, yeah, the way I do that every morning, the way I do that at the kitchen, that's a ritual too. And that's a place of application, the practice.
Thank you.
Nkosi Sikilele, Africa, Malopaka Nuso Pandoayo, Izwe Metando Zoyu tu Nkosi Sikilele. I start first with the motherland tongue. I was listening at my office at home in Richmond, and asked my son to drop me off the train, and I made it to the end after getting off the bus. But I have to say the biggest thing, my partner, she's good friends with the family and with bell hooks, and so coming and us listening, and then my phone dying, I couldn't watch all of it from the BART to the bus, and then the mile that you have to walk. Hopefully you all will change that. There's got to be another entrance because it's like a police station. Anyway, so in coming now, I'm grateful to make it to the end. And thank you for the silence. You know, Belle was a meditation mindfulness practitioner like me. I teach mindfulness and Tai Chi. So it is true about our medicine. And that holding of space right here, it made me think of the time at MIT. We had the Black Woman Conference. And to be there and know Northeastern was here now, it meant a lot as a meditation practice. I was sitting here and I said, well, some people are on their phone. And she did say keep our eyes closed. So I'm not judging, but it was a hold that needs to go past our words. And so in my recollection of what I've seen on the phone today, and this young man I want to honor because he's our youngest one here, and he spoke on love from a perspective of our youth, which should be noted, right, when we have other generations in our space. So thank you, young man. But I want to say this, because you said, can you offer something? And I thought we were all going to stand up and go to the altar and leave something or do something. And I didn't stand up in time because at the end, you were still waiting in space. So I do want to say this, which is my practice also of medicine and why I love Belle so much. And that is a people united within themselves. We can be happy. Can y'all say this with me? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to change it out of words. A people united within ourselves, we can be free. You can rock. Mm-hmm. We're gonna sing a song about our healing. We're gonna sing a song about our freedom. We're gonna sing about our lives and rock together. Thank you for bringing it today.
Hi, my name is Jania. I'm a fourth year student at Northeastern, but also an Africana Studies program assistant. Thank you. And I just wanted to reflect a little bit on, I talk to a lot of people who read all about love, and a lot of people's first response is, I can't read this. Like, I'm not ready to read this. I'm not ready to reflect on my relationship with my parents, or my relationship with my friends, or my romantic relationships, and how she discusses how care can be present, but there is no love where there's abuse, and there is no love when certain aspects are missing. And I think that it takes a lot to step up and show up and say, I'm ready to truly love. And we were talking about in our discussion about how you have to let your walls down, metaphorically, or you have to open yourself up fully to the people and the world around you to truly feel love and to truly give love. And I feel like that's something that I've really taken from bell hooks that I really appreciate. And thinking about love as a practice and as nobody's perfect, and so giving yourself grace, which is a part of love, and saying, I will always strive to be the most loving person that I can be, and working towards that constantly, not expecting to be perfect in that practice, I think is something that's also really helped me a lot. So I really appreciated all your reflections.
Great.
I figured I'd say something now that we're approaching the end of the day. In preparing for this event, and even preparing the questions for the panel, one of the things I thought about is hypertension is one of the top killers of Black women. And we've all experienced the passing of different Black women scholars in the academy. And when I think about love, and I'm going to speak from a personal perspective because it's something I live by. When I show up, when I experience interactions that feel like oppression, even in the workplace, and I keep showing up, that's love. That's an act of love. And it's what we typically do on a regular basis. And I don't know if people realize that when we keep showing up and when we say yes to things that stretch us beyond what we actually get paid for, that's an act of love. I started studying this when I was in my early 20s. My husband bought me Sisters of the Yam when I was searching, trying to just understand the Black woman I wanted to be in this world. And the starting point for me was understanding what love is in action. So what I'm saying to everyone here, so that we don't forget, is when we're in community together, when we speak up, that's love. For people who can't speak up because it might be consequential, that's love. Because we keep showing up, because we love what we do, and we love the community we belong to. So we do need more love. We need love in these spaces, in the academy, where we see we see the humanity in each person we work with. And so one of the things that I was going to say as we end it was, what internal change will we do so that we can show up externally to do the work that bell hooks charged us to do, which is love?
Let me check, okay, because my voice is a little loud, so I have to check the mic sometimes. But I want to say it has been such an honor to be here the entire day. The entire day. It's interesting the journey that you travel, and you really never know what you're traveling while you're traveling it, and you're just doing it. I didn't take the road of university or scholarly academia because I did not feel like that was the path for me, because I learn differently. And in learning differently, I am grateful that the people that are in my life see me enough to send an email so that I could be here today. Also, Belle is coming through for me right now because I do ancestral work, and I am very committed to it. My commitment started when I was an 8-year-old girl my mom had a boyfriend that lived by a cemetery, and I was scared out of my wits. All the time we stayed over his house. And my great-grandmother came and got me. She was an ancestor, though. So she visited me in a dream, and she took me on a journey. If anyone has seen the movie Coco, right? How they acknowledge Dia de los Muertos, how we also pay homage, right? Belle is now an ancestor. So value your relationships with those that make their transition, but don't limit your relationship with them because they are no longer in the physical. Honor. It is an honor to be here. It is an honor to have the experience of a love ritual for Bell Hooks. Thank you for leading this space.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. This was a great day. Thank you for all your sharings and your song and the vision. Thank you.
Well, friends, we have reached the end and the beginning. Tanika, I think I saw far enough that I could read your name tag. I was very moved by what you said. Thank you for that. Particularly what you said about not limiting our relationship, our interaction with our ancestors. I'm Haitian, and this is very much a practice that we have where we know that our ancestors are with us. And so thank you for that. I want to say ayi bobo for tout moun haïtien ki la. I know we have at least one in the audience, from those students, 2, maybe 3. Angela Davis writes, "In freedom is a constant struggle. It is in collectivities that we find reservoirs of hope and optimism." And she says this in response to a question about how she continues to fight the fight after almost 80 years old, because it was written before. It was written like 4 or 5 years ago. And I think about that quotation a lot, because that's very much what I feel. I do believe in community and care and collectivity as the only thing that can help us survive in the academy. And so I'm grateful to have had my reservoir of hope and optimism filled today, and I hope that yours was also. I want to thank a very long list of people. I'm going to start with our team. Jania just said she was a program assistant, but I think you all are actually program champions. Thank you. Jania Brown, Telia Williams, Serena Turner, Asia Potts. Asia's a graduate student doing a PhD in English. Pray for her. And Jania, Serena, and Telia are all undergrads. Jania is graduating this year and is a minor in Black Feminist Studies also. I mean, they had got t-shirts, like you see their t-shirts, it's just great. And this is I think this is their third Bell Hooks Symposium. Yeah, for most of them, this is the third one. So thank you. I want to thank Danita Menz, who is probably out there working as we speak. Danita is incredible. She is the events planner for the College of Social Sciences and Humanities, very new to Northeastern Boston campus. I think started her job in like November. And we were in a meeting, and I was like, hi, Black woman, welcome to CSSH. Come to Oakland with us. Thank you, Danita. We appreciate you so much. Danita has a young son. Danita has a young son who she's been away from for a few days because of this. And, you know, I was telling her, I was like, good girl, there's nothing better than to let your male child know that the world doesn't revolve around him. But I know she misses him. So thank you, Danita. We appreciate you so much. I want to thank so many people. I want to thank Jay Gash, who was our photographer. They had to leave, unfortunately, but did a remarkable job. I want to thank CSSH Dean Kelly Tsai. I want to thank my CSSH faculty sisters who are here, not because they're on the program, but just because they are supportive women. Dr. Idia Thurston from Bouvet, Dr. Sasha Sabarwal from Anthropology and Sociology and CSGS. I want to thank Annie Labe here on the Oakland campus who helped us out so much. Alexander Zenzian, who runs this space of Lisser Hall. Marcel Quiros, also, who helped us so much with everything here. I want to thank my hero, Zamora, who is a wonder. And again, a new friend that I'm getting to know. I say this about like all the Oakland people, but also Ife Tayo Walker. Thank you so much for all of your work to make this happen. I want to thank all of our speakers today, Dr. Angela Davis, Dr. Gina Dent, Ashley Adams, Dr. Ashley Adams, Bill and Mesvin Packwood, Dr. Carrie Maltzby-Lute, Dr. Nick Allen Harrison, Patrice Collins again, Brandy Thompson Summers again, Patricia Powell again, Atia Rashada Flanoid, Carlita Ballard, and Dr. Darcel Lauer. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of our speakers and moderators. We have gifts for all of you here, so please make sure you get your gifts. The gifts are very special. In it, you'll find Sawa Trivia Game, which is a trivia game based entirely on the African continent. There is at least one card question about each of the 55 countries on the continent, so your knowledge of Black studies and of the continent will grow through playing this game in a fun way. Because we like to have fun in Africana studies. I want to thank our interpreters, my friends, again. Hello. We did this last time where I was like, point to yourself. Derek Canyon and Brent Tracy, thank you guys so much. I love having you all. Last time you dressed alike. I know it wasn't on purpose, but it was funny because somebody texted me and was like, the interpreters didn't dress alike this time. Thank you. It was all fortuitous. Thank you so much. I want to thank Jim Graham, who's the house manager here today, who was in here earlier helping us all day. I would like to thank also, so I thanked our Dean Kelly Tsai. I want to thank Dean Beth Coakley, also from the Mills College campus. You all don't have to clap after everyone, just let me, I mean, fine, no, give people their claps, okay. I also want to thank Dr. Uta Poiger, who was the former CSSH Dean, is the person who recruited me to Northeastern, and the original vision that I had for the Bell Hooks Symposium, she was the first one that was like, yes, we will help you, we will fund this. So I appreciate Dr. Uta Poiger for being one of the original sponsors of this. And I want to thank former Dean, interim Dean Ron Sandler, who was actually the person that said to me in the fall when I brought up in a meeting, I said, we could do a Bell Hooks Symposium in Oakland. And he followed up with me and said, no, you should do that, and CSSH will pay for it. So thank you, Ron Sandler, for being here, because I was like, say less when he said that. Okay, and now I'm going to move to our actual sponsors. I think I got everyone on this list. The Black Reparations Project, amazing. Again, as I said earlier, there are many sisters on this campus who have been laboring in the vineyards here in Oakland, and we just want to express our solidarity with you, our love for you, and our excitement about continuing to work with you and seeing what we will build together. The Civil Rights and Restorative Justice Project, also my dear, beloved friend, mentor, and sponsor, Dr. Margaret Burnham, Judge Margaret Burnham, who couldn't be here with us today. The CSSH Dean's Office, again, the Humanities Center, the John D. O'Brien African American Institute, my dear partner in crime, Dr. Richard O'Brien, who also couldn't be here, but has sent calendar invites to people almost every day for the past, like, you know, because you got it, right, about this event. The Mills Institute, Christy Chung, again, was one of the first people to say, hey, we have some money for you that we want to contribute to this. Thank you for that. We do appreciate that. The Mills College at Northeastern Dean's Office, Office of the Provost, David Madigan, the Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies Program, and the Village of Belonging, my sister, Jennifer Barrymore, who, we started at Northeastern together on the same year. And I was very blessed to have a friend introduce us before we even started. I remember when we met on the vineyard. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone. I think those are all my thank yous. And now I'm going to pass it over to my another new friend and colleague, Dr. Darcel Lara. Thank you so much.
Folks, I feel a great deal of responsibility in being asked to close out today. This has been such a joyous and uplifting day. It's been so enlivening to be in community with all of you today as we celebrate the legacy and the wisdom of bell hooks. By way of introduction, my name is Darcel Lara. I am a legacy professor of practice in Mills College. I'm also a Mills alum, 2017, 2018. I hold the John and Martha Davidson Professorship. I'm the chair of the Faculty Anti-Racism and Social Justice Committee. I'm a first-year foundation course lead, a Northeastern elected faculty Senate representative, and a member of the Senate Agenda Committee, a co-chair of the Northeastern BFSA, founder, co-chair of the Black Action Forum at Mills, and director of curriculum for the Black Reparations Project, among other things. As we come to the end of this momentous convening, I have to share how deeply inspired I am by the discussions that we've had on the transformative power of bell hooks' writings and their application in higher education. Throughout our time today, we've explored how bell hooks' insights, particularly those that she shares in Teaching to Transgress, offer us a profound framework for how we can reimagine education as a practice of freedom, liberation, and social justice. Here at Mills, we are working every day to try to introduce bell hooks principles into our curriculum and even in our way of being. Through our commitment to justice-based teaching principles, critical engagement with our history, and fostering diverse and empowering learning environments, we're constantly striving to embody bell hooks' vision of education as a vehicle for transformative change. One way that we're actively working to do this is by trying to apply the principles of transitional, and reparative justice within our educational programs, by acknowledging historical injustices, by purposely enriching our curriculum, promoting faculty diversity and equity, engaging with our local community, and determinedly introducing restorative practices. We are actively working to create a more equitable and just learning environment for our entire Mills community. Bell hooks reminds us that we need to critically engage with our history and question the established narratives. Our transitional justice themes in our curriculum call for re-examining our nation's historical record, including acknowledging past atrocities, systemic discrimination, and the impacts of historical injustices in our Black communities. Bell hooks encourages us to critically examine existing power structures and the role that education plays in challenging those power structures, but also in perpetuating those power structures. Our reparative justice themes encourage our students to confront and address embedded systemic issues of racial injustice, discrimination, and inequities. Bell hooks argues for education as a practice of freedom. Our transitional justice coursework looks to empower our students to critically engage with their history so that they can gain or regain their agency and become active participants in the pursuit of justice. Bell hooks emphasizes the need to build a community of learners in the classroom, to foster open communication, and to create a space where personal narratives can be shared and embraced. Creating this type of space for healing and reconciliation is core to our reparations work and to our teaching. So as we reflect on the intersection of Bell Hooks' writings and Mill's commitment to reparative, restorative, and transformative justice, I want to encourage each one of us to recommit ourselves to the ongoing work of challenging oppression, fostering dialogue, and building equitable communities. By continuing to center the voices and experiences of marginalized groups and those who have persevered so tirelessly before us, we can create a future where education truly becomes a practice of freedom for all. So with that, please join me again in thanking our speakers, our participants, and our organizers for their invaluable contributions to our forum. And I want to thank you all for inspiring us to carry forward the spirit of Bell Hooks' teaching as we work together towards a more just and equitable future in education and beyond. Thank you, everybody. No, we got it. The raffle. The raffle. I'm pleased to announce our winners of the raffle. 820. 820, are you here? 824. 824, are you here? 825. 825, are you here? 827. Yep. 833. Yay, we got one. 833. And because the person next to you should also get one, there you go. That's what you get for sitting next to a winner. Why don't you come down and take one, Dr. Idia? And then 840, is 840 here? Yes. Oh, and then the two people sitting next to you on either side, they also get it by association. That's what we call increase by association. So I think that's it. I think that's 5. There's 6. Are there any students in the room left? My young friend over there, you, sir, how old are you? You're 10? I have a 10-year-old. Can you get one of these also? Oh, sorry. Oh, there are no more? Oh, well, we have a gift card, something else. Oh, you can take Dr. Tracy's. Yep, you get one too. Please come get it. Thank you. Thank you.